Welcome, everyone. Welcome to C's Summer Camp. Thank you so much for coming out and being a part of another event we're hosting here at C's Productions. I'm Troy Peters. I'm your Chief Experience Officer here at C's Productions, and really try to craft an experience both for our employees, but also our clients and our partners, crafting a journey that we try to sort of educate, but also provide services for the events industry. And I'm really impressed with the turnout, both online and here in our building for this event. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for to those of us viewing remotely. Some of you know that we've been on a bit of a mission here at C's Productions, really truly invested in our mission statement of designing impactful AV experiences through creative and honest collaboration, producing ideas and turning them into moments that inspire, and promising that we are live events done better. And by hosting these sessions, we hope to really do that, kind of put our heart on our sleeve or put our actions rather than just words, right? Really kind of hosting these events. But just a real quick video about what we do. For those that were here during our winter school session, we were focusing on emotional intelligence and how we can recognize and harness our own emotional EQ to be smarter leaders in our responsive industries. For C's Summer Camp, which you're all here a part of, we're putting the spotlight on security, which couldn't be a better time, right? Looking at event security, talking about security, whether it's cyber, personal, even our own sense of security are some of the topics we're going to cover today. We're also supporting the Resilient Features Women in Security documentary, which C's is a proud sponsor of. This feature film is aimed to be released by the end of the year, and it really will focus on women in security and is a brilliant documentary. And we've had many guests in our building being interviewed, and really for myself, having been in the industry for 30 years in live events, it really has been amazing to see and learn from these brilliant women that have been sharing their stories. Jumped ahead. We used to be in behind the scenes, right? Producing these shows. I'm not really used to being up on stage, but I love it. I love being able to do this. To open our C's Summer Camp Spotlight on Security, we had Gilad Solnick, Director of Global Security and Loss Prevention at Amazon. He came in last week. Gilad is a staunch ally of women in security and even flew in from his home in Luxembourg just to welcome us to our conference. So I think we have a video that'll play from Gilad.
Hello, my name is Gilad Solnick. I'm Director of Global Security Operations at Amazon. I have other titles and positions, but the two most important are husband and father to 4 amazing daughters. Yes, I'm a girl's dad, and my daughters have a profound impact on how I lead, my intentionality as an ally for women, and the impact of change I am driving in the security industry. I've spent 40 plus years in the security industry, and I've watched the world become more volatile and polarized, which makes security and risk management critical to safety now and in the future. This is a challenging industry that continues to be integral to business' success. Dealing with risk and compliance management, ensuring the people, operation, tangible and non-tangible assets, and the reputation of the organization are all protected. In my experience, teams that best meet these challenges are diverse in their composition, which in turn has affirmed my belief in the importance of strong allyship for women. I'm here because I know the future success of our industry requires that more women have seats at the table and are empowered to use their voices. Increasing representation of women in security and creating more opportunities for women in security leadership roles yields stronger and more efficient organization. We need more women leading, making decisions, and driving results. Leaders from different backgrounds with their own authentic stories at various points in their career, offering diverse skills and expertise. Leaders who create unique solutions, solve complex problems, and see around corners to minimize risk scenarios we have yet to encounter. At various points in their career, offering diverse skills and expertise. Leaders who create unique solutions, solve complex problems, and see around corners to minimize risk scenarios we have yet to encounter. As effective allies, we can watch things happen, let things happen, or make things happen. Intentionality makes things happen, and we must be transparent and honest. Leaders don't always know what makes a culture feel inclusive for others, so it's important to seek out and listen to feedback, collaborate, and facilitate partnership within the industry to ensure women's voices are heard and can have a strong sense of community. There are talented women from many different backgrounds who will excel in this industry, and we don't see their previous experience as a set of boxes to check. We apply principles and concepts that focus on the whole person, their unique experience, and transferable skills. This approach helps us to hire and develop the best. Experience is important, but application is key, and each person and situation is different. This means we must remove obstacles from career growth plans and give proper support to development, mentorship, and sponsorship programs like Amazon Women in Leadership and Women in Security to ensure women have a strong career foundation with the industry tools needed, including offering access to CPP, Certified Protection Professional, APP, Associate Protection Professional, and PSP, Physical Security Professional certifications by ASIS and other organizations, and opportunities to increase career options and promotability. This approach helps us to hire and develop the best. Experience is important, but application is key, and each person and situation is different. Women are critical to a thriving business, have earned a seat at the table, and deserve the chance to define your own success, develop your potential, determine your destiny. So, let's work together to identify and remove the obstacles to your success, because a glass ceiling will not keep any of us safe and secured.
Wonderful. Thank you to Amazon for doing that. Thank you to Amazon, but also thank you to those sponsors that we can only really do these events when we have all the support that we have from our community. That includes Resilient Features, who I mentioned is producing the documentary, Tenfold Style for the beautiful centerpieces and decor. The Oceanside Chamber of Commerce has really put us in touch with the right audience for this event. And Felix's Barbecue for the amazing lunch we just enjoyed. And the California Society of Association Executives, also who promoted our event as well to make sure that we had the right audience in the room. Last but not least, we just want to thank all of the people that traveled to this event and came from, locally, coming from it looked like as far north as Burbank, and then as far south as San Diego. But really, a lot of the speakers that you're going to see today have come from all over the world, some international travelers as well. So really grateful for you to do that and to really show that you want to be a part of such an important event as Gilad shared. It's more important to have that women have a seat at the table everywhere. In our industry in particular, but in security, why not, right? Just have that recognition. So please make sure to share, like. We're streaming this as well, as I mentioned, but we'd love to just get the word out. We want to keep promoting this. We want to keep promoting that we are advocates for the industry, that we want to give back, and we want to share more knowledge, and we'll continue to push out information, and I'm sure this will be hosted online if you're not able to watch it live. But our first block of time here is a couple of amazing keynotes. To kick things off, we've got 4 inspiring keynote sessions featuring women in security who will share their unique life and work experience in the dynamic world of security. Discover best practices, innovative strategies, and powerful insights from industry innovators who are shaping the future of their industries. With that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker with a little bio here. Bonnie Michelman, MBA, MS, CPP, CHPA, Vice President, Chief Security Officer of Mass General Brigham, has an extensive leadership and security management experience, crosses diverse industries and national boundaries. She is the Vice President, Chief Security Officer of Mass General Brigham, parent organization for 15 hospitals and hundreds of healthcare satellite sites. Her broader accomplishments include nomination by Janet Napolitano to the Homeland Security Advisory Council, where she served for 6 years. Bonnie is a celebrated instructor, author, executive coach, and has even served as an expert witness in inadequate and negligent security litigation, receiving numerous national and international leadership distinctions and awards. She holds an MBA and an MS in criminal justice, a BA in government and sociology, and holds CPP and CHPA certifications, and served as president to the top 3 international security associations. Please welcome Bonnie Michelman.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. Usually when I'm speaking, it's to mostly men, so it's particularly special to be meeting with and speaking with a group of talented and amazing women today. So I just want to say thank you for being here. I also want to thank Richard Tico especially for his work on this Women in Security documentary. It has been tenacious, it is going to be amazing, and Richard, you have just done incredible work in moving this forward, and we're all grateful to you for that. Thank you to Seas and to Amazon and for everybody who supported this. So, you took my clicker, Troy. Thank you so much. So I think the role of women in this field has been transformative. I've been in this field as a leader for over 40 years. Do not do the math, I started very young. And I got in, like many people, a little bit by accident. I was on my way to law school, had no money, so I was given a free ride to do a master's in criminology, criminal justice, and a fellowship with it, and I got exposed to this field. It was at the time that it was a field inundated with a lot of white men who had been retired from government or federal law enforcement or municipal law enforcement or the FBI. There was tremendous growth in the field, 20% a year, and there was tremendous opportunity. And I've always been a bit of a renegade. What I really wanted to do was I wanted to be a sportscaster. I was very into and still am sports. Knew as much as most people do about certain sports, and I felt like I could have done that well, but they didn't hire women at the time. I'm so jealous now of those women I see on TV. But I thought, okay, let's try this field. This is really interesting. I did some undercover work, I did some internships, and I was very interested in business. So I decided instead of going to law school, which I was planning to do after the master's, I would get an MBA. So let me just share that I think there's, and for all of us, we have different multitude or cacophony of things that we think make a successful career. I certainly think it's education. I think you've got to, have a solid foundation. You have to learn with other people. You have to argue with other people and hear other people's viewpoints. You have to push yourself. You have to stretch yourself. Specialized training, very important in this field in order to be seen and to keep rising. General skills training, particularly enterprise security, risk management, and business skills. Anyone who is not able to understand that they need to how to put a pro forma together, how to do project management, how to put spreadsheets together, how to do complete analysis, how to do data, isn't going to be very successful. But most importantly is networking. For me, that has been by far the most important piece of, I think, not only what has helped with my career, but why I've enjoyed it so much. I joined several organizations early on. When I was in my early 20s and I got into this career, I was scared to death. I was always the only woman at the beginning. I was not feeling comfortable. I'm actually very shy by nature and have worked very hard to kind of learn to be more extroverted, and I've gotten very extroverted, but my core nature is still very shy. And I've taken all those tests, you probably have too. And but I have, as much as I've given to those associations, and I was so blessed to be president of 3 of them, ASIS, ISMA, and IHSS twice, I have learned so much from so many people. I've learned good and bad of leadership. I have learned best practices. I have learned what doesn't work. I have seen how people interact. And I've asked a lot of questions along the way. And, I've also gathered my closest friends in the world from all over. One of them, Linda, is here today and speaking. And you can't replicate that, because when people understand what our world is about, and we can let our hair down, so to speak, with people who understand what our world is about and are dealing with some of the same issues, it's very compelling. It doesn't mean you can't have friends that aren't in the field, but it means that that's also really special. Networking can be tough too. When I joined ISMA, International Security Management Association, it's a very elite organization for $2 billion plus global corporations, and you have to be the CSO of each. When I joined, there were, I think, 3 women in it. I wound up being president when there were only 6 women in it. And to be honest with you, I hated going at the beginning, and I haven't shared that with too many people, because I would go, and there would be these, groups of men that knew each other, and it was hard to break through. If I had a lot of people brought their spouses, particularly for the social events, if I had had a quarter for every time someone asked me whose wife I was, I would have been very rich. But slowly but surely, I kept, quietly trying to infiltrate, and before long, I was sort of seen as a professional and seen as a colleague and seen as someone, being included, and that made a huge difference. But it wasn't easy. I can remember times I really didn't want to go. I'm going to give you a few tips on sort of stages of career, and I'm still very active in mine, but I've had some lessons learned. A guy named Marcus Cunningham wrote a book called First Break All the Rules. If you've never read it, it's a great book. I really believe in that. That doesn't mean break something that's not broken, but push the envelope. Be kind, mind your manners. Sometimes as women, we've learned to mind our manners too much. On the other hand, I've seen women in this field who have been extraordinarily smart and talented, but who have been very reactive and emotional and used their femaleness as the reason things didn't go well sometimes, when in fact I don't think it was because they were female. And that, I think, is a serious concern, and I think they have not done as well as they could have done because of that. Speak your mind, but pick your battles. Be honest, be truthful, be direct. Pick your friends carefully. It's important, who is around you. Are they supporters? I think many of us in the room have probably seen women bringing other women down. There was a book written on it years ago that was an amazing book on women bring women down. Men don't bring women down. And I remember thinking, oh, that's ridiculous. But when I read the book, there was some interesting stuff in it. Take time to think about who you are and what matters most, and that changes. What matters most changes as we get older, as we get more entrenched and credible in our industries, as we learn more what we don't want to do. Success isn't universally defined, it's personal. What is your success is not going to be what's mine. And the other thing about success that I think is so important is it can be easily attained, but in my opinion, not easily sustained. It takes a lot to keep that success going, because one major mistake or problem can change the course of your reputation, sadly. You can get it back, but it's important to know how you want to define success for yourself, and certainly the people that work with you. Don't be impressed or fooled by the trappings of others. It doesn't of success of others. We always know people, at least I do, who I think, gosh, they are doing so much. I'm doing nothing compared to them. They are so amazing. When you get into that mindset, you lose the energy to work on what you want to be doing. Second thing is learn. Again, success is multifaceted and likely to change as you undergo your career and life transitions. What matters to me more than it did decades ago, is feeling like I'm challenged and I'm making a difference in certain concrete things, and that I'm developing people, and that I'm making a difference for them and impacting them. Not how many titles or how many promotions I can get, which may have been more important back then. Success is derived from privilege, that is derived from privilege, does not equal success. Success is really from preparation and perseverance. And sometimes can be tough if people have come from privilege and may be very different than where you came from, and maybe even have very different work ethics, but also be successful. It's the whole conundrum of managing different generations. I have some problems with the newer generations who may not have had the same who don't have the same work ethic in the same way that I and many others did. So in a way, I sort of admire them, and I'm a little jealous, because they don't work around the clock. They do take breaks. They leave at 4 o'clock. They don't get on the line at 10 o'clock. They won't work on weekends, and I'm thinking, what's wrong with me? But that can be interesting. Leveraging your network, so that you have people you trust to be your mentors throughout your career that'll tell you how you're being perceived, that'll tell you what you may be doing that is counterproductive to the way you want to be or what you want to be doing, and will also tell you what's good and what you should continue doing. And the benefits and the risk of leadership, I think we all need to keep in mind all the time. The risks are high. People avoid leadership like the plague because they're afraid of failing. They're afraid of being embarrassed. They're afraid of making mistakes. How many of you know amazing people that haven't gone for promotions that they should have, particularly women, because they're afraid of that stuff, or because they haven't been asked, or they think nobody would want them to do it? So we have to think about that, and the benefits of leadership are incredible. You get to influence things, you get to move things, you get to impact people in big ways, lots of people. I had an epiphany that I haven't shared with many recently about myself. I realized, because I've always striven for leadership in everything I do, and a lot of boards I'm on, and other boards, and the things I've done. And somebody said to me recently, why have you always done that? It's so much work. I realized it, and this was shocking, and I just had this epiphany after this many years. I realized I am shy in the core, and that when I had a leadership role, I felt more confident and comfortable, that I had something to do, that there was structure, and I felt more comfortable going forward. And I think that just kept reinforcing me along the way, probably too much so, but that was really interesting for me. Earn. So as you get into middle career, you want to earn admiration and modeling, and the leadership qualities that you expect of others. When I've worked for companies that don't have very many women, I've had to be careful about how I'm modeling, because I know that younger women, or even women at different levels in the organization, are wanting to emulate anyone they see as being successful as a female. And that's true for young people, women or men alike. The honor of leading others. Are you prepared for leadership? What have you done to prepare for leadership? And sometimes as a minority, and I'm going to talk about it not just as females, but any minority in a field is scrutinized more, both positively and negatively. If you're the only woman in the room, if you're the only black in the room, if you're the only Hispanic in the room, people may be scrutinizing you more. They may be listening more, they may be judging more, but you will stand out, right or wrong. So it is important that you know that and feel like you are able to embody and project the image the intelligence, the competence, and the commitment that you have. Embracing the philosophy of servant leadership where vulnerability and compassion are celebrated, not criticized. That doesn't reduce strength or brilliance or decisiveness or ambitiousness. It makes someone who's more well-rounded, who leads from the head and the heart. Return. I know we only have 12 minutes, so I'm going fast. It's time as we get through our career and we're at a part of it that we feel like, okay, we've had a lot of time, we get to enjoy this, we get to do more of what we want. Think about when you were the happiest and what made you happy and what highlighted your uniqueness. I always suggest to people that they don't look at themselves as a minority, but they look at themselves as a unique person and what they want to bring to the table from that. And when we're on the panel, I'll talk about some specifics of what I think about that. Return coaching and mentoring. It's important to be a mentor and have mentors along the way. It's fulfilling and it's so important. I shared in the interview, my last, I taught at Northeastern in the graduate school for 25 years, just part-time while I was working, a lot of different courses. And the last course I taught, it was always mostly men, maybe a woman or two, but I got them interested in security. They were always thinking they were going to the FBI or federal law enforcement. And so many of them did go into security management and have had amazing careers. But the last class I taught about 4 years ago, I walked in that night and there was a room full of women. So I immediately walked out to look at because I realized I was in the wrong room. And one of them came out after me and said, "Advanced Security Management?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "You're in the right class." And I walked in and there was one man and about 24 women. And I thought, okay, I have impacted something. This is amazing. So return your debt in whatever way you've come. Celebrate where you've come. Celebrate where you are. Celebrate how hard it's been along the way, because it is sometimes. When I was president of ASIS, it was pretty intense, and it was during 9/11 too that year, and it was just unbelievable, and I had a crazy job too. And I remember I was getting a lot of complaints, but also a lot of compliments. And I one day thought, I'm not even absorbing these compliments. So I kept thinking of It's a Wonderful Life, when an angel gets his wings, you hear a bell ring. So I kept saying, when you get a compliment, Bonnie, think about bells ringing. I seriously did that, and it really helped. It is transformative how this industry has changed and what women have done to change it. We need to keep that pressure on. Years ago, I was very concerned when ASIS, and they came and asked me when I was president, shouldn't we start a Women in Security Committee? And I know I have to end, so I will end quickly. And I said, no, I don't want to do that. There was a Christians in security, there was an FBI in security committee. The reason I didn't want to do it, I was petrified that if it was done, it would create more separation between women and men in the field. I was certain that it would create more stereotypes. I was so wrong about that. The work that's been done for the past 20 years with the Women in Security Committee and ASIS has been also transformative. And I was lucky enough to receive their award of the year one year. Linda was as well. And how they've brought women forward and pushed them out and given them skills and moved them into very, very, very forceful arenas and instrumental jobs in this industry has been mind-blowing. So I think there's always a balance between sort of factionalizing people, but allowing people to develop and discover with other people that are like them how to move ahead. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bonnie. Mentorship, servant leadership, and celebrating, right? Those are the three takeaways I got from that. And Bonnie, you spoke with such passion. I love that. You absolutely believe in what you're speaking on. Our next speaker is Lynn Dome. Lynn is the Executive Director with Women in Cybersecurity, or WESIS. Am I saying that right? WESIS, thank you. With over 25 years of organizational and leadership experience, Lynn specializes in partnership building, advocacy, and strategy. Lynn has held various roles in the cybersecurity workforce, actively participating in grant-funded programs and nonprofits that help bridge the gap of the critical cybersecurity workforce shortage. She recently received her honorary degree as Doctor of Science and Technology and was acknowledged by CS Hub as one of the top cybersecurity leaders for 2024. She also received the People's Choice Award for Cybersecurity Woman of the Year, acknowledged as one of the top 100 women in cybersecurity by Cyber Defense magazine, and has served on boards, contributed to numerous publications and books, and is an inaugural member of the ISC2 Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. Please help me to welcome Lynn Dome.
Thank you. I'd like to invite you all to have a seat at a table that changed my life. A table in the big, glorious space of a banquet hall that had 1,000 women in cybersecurity. Wow, who would have thought? And as I get settled into my seat, it didn't take more than but a minute for the generous and rich conversation to get started about cybersecurity, careers, and journeys. And so I introduced myself, and I shared that I have been working on cybersecurity workforce initiatives for about 10 years now. And then around the table went Caitlin, Noreen, Monisha. They all shared similar experiences as well. So the conversation got started and we started going. And we continued throughout the keynote luncheon. And at about 20 minutes later, we noticed that the crowds around us kind of hushed down, and it drew our attention to the front of the room, where Dr. Ambereen Siraj, WeSys founder, started entering onto the stage, and she went right up to the podium, a podium that you could barely see her sometimes over. And Dr. Siraj so humbly and proudly shared with everyone that Women in Cybersecurity has the acronym WICYS, pronounced WeSys as We Sisters. And then she welcomed everyone into this glorious, global cyber sisterhood. At that very moment, there was this buzzing in this room. There was this type of energy that was coming from all the excitement of everyone involved. And I knew at that very moment that this is a place where I belonged. My community was formed and my network was found. And my career was going to advance very significantly because of it, which it did. You see, in March of 2018, that was the first time in my career that I went to a WeSys event, and it elevated me. Opportunities that I didn't even know existed were laid out in front of me, thanks to the connections that were made and the job opportunities that were there. And a year and a half later, Dr. Ambereen Siraj sent me a short and sweet little note asking me if I would consider applying for the executive director role of her beloved nonprofit organization. And at that very moment, I also knew that I was going to say yes. When else in my career and in my lifetime would I be able to merge my passion and my career into one? But it's important to also note that that is not the only reason why I said yes to applying for that position. The most important reason why I stepped into that space was because she believed in me before I might not have even believed in myself. And so I stand up here 5 years later as WSIS Executive Director. And I share this story because I know I'm not standing up here alone. I'm standing here surrounded by an incredible, supported group of women that paved this path before me. And I stand up here knowing that we're supporting the women that will forge this path forward. And so it was a great honor to be here today on this Spotlight on Security event, as we showcase the powerful diversity of thought and the diverse perspective that women bring to the table, and also in the growing lucrative careers of the cybersecurity workforce. Because that's exactly what we do. WSIS is a 501c3 nonprofit with the mission to recruit, retain, and advance women in cybersecurity. We have over 10,000 members and representation in over 93 countries. In addition to that, we have over 70 professional affiliates, which are mini WSIS organizations, and all of their members. And in addition to that, we have 270 student chapters and all of their members. So each and every day, we are reaching hundreds and thousands of individuals to create accessibility and opportunities for women to not only come into cybersecurity, but advance in their careers because of it. We offer mentoring and resources and all the wraparound services, championing them, incentives, support. And we align it with our strategic partners so that we could cultivate a culture where everyone belongs. But it's really important to note that we are not a women's only organization. We are a community comprised of women, men, and non-binary individuals that are concerned about the cybersecurity critical workforce shortage. We are concerned about the security of ourselves. We are concerned about the security of our families, the organizations that we care about, and the companies that we work for. And so therefore, we support our mission to recruit, retain, and advance women to pave the way into these careers and help overcome that gap challenge. Knowing fully well that women represent 51% of the global population, but are roughly 20 to 24% of the cybersecurity workforce. And although we've grown from the 11 to 24%, most cyber teams aren't even seeing the 24% within their circles. So there is so much work that needs to be done. And there are two problems with building an effective cybersecurity workforce. You're not going to have diversity unless you have the pipeline, and the pipeline's not going to be there unless you're tapping into a diverse community. And as this cycle keeps going around and around, in order to solve challenges that have not previously existed before, we need the diverse perspective, that powerful diversity of thought. And that's not only all genders, it's all identities, ethnicities, cultures, backgrounds, experiences, and more. It is all hands on deck to help break up the groupthink mindset. Evidence shows that systemic errors are made when groups are formed with all the same mindset. It provides the illusion of invulnerability because there is no alternative opinion to make anyone think otherwise. And so therefore, everyone agrees with one another. And in cybersecurity, this is a security risk to not have the diverse perspective that women bring to the workforce. At WSIS, we know that the lack of diversity is a symptom of the lack of inclusion. And as the whole world keeps talking about, let's diversify the workforce, we also know that sometimes in some instances, it can turn into a feel-good metric because it's a data point. It's a metric you can measure. You could put in some initiatives, very likely early career, and then a year from now, you could measure it again. And if that number grows ever so slightly, everyone could pat themselves on the back and say, job well done. But the conversation around inclusion, well, that's interesting. That doesn't happen very often. You see, inclusion is so complicated because inclusion is a feeling, and it's only felt when you're excluded, which doesn't feel very good. Similar to how you walk around and you don't feel your body all day long until you're in pain, and then you feel it. Similar to how cybersecurity is always working, it is always working, keeping us safe so that we could coexist in this technological ecosystem that we depend on so much in our daily lives. Until it's not, and then we hear about it. And so that's why it's important for an organization like WSIS to not only be talking about what does it take to bring more women in and elevated into those senior and executive roles, but also for us to produce the data so we can level set the conversation with employer partners so now they could pay attention. And as we continue to do our due diligence to run security training scholarships, mentoring programs, we have 1,600, 2,000 people enrolled in each and every programming effort that's coming our way. We have apprenticeships, internships, leadership summits, leadership symposium, speakers bureau, job boards, all sorts of ways for every member to have engagement within the WSIS organization. We also know that we're doing our due diligence, and now the employer partners are able to partner with us due to the data of the research that we've been working on with the data scientists that are showcasing what is the state of inclusion for women in cybersecurity and how are women performing as cybersecurity practitioners according to their peers, which they're performing and outperforming very successfully. So we all of this thanks to our over 60 strategic partners that fund us as a nonprofit organization year-round because they are investing in the industry, a very important part of the industry, and that is the human capital. But they also know it's hard to be what you cannot see, and we know that too. And that's where WSIS fits in and helps bridge that gap. So there are so many different pathways that you could get into cybersecurity. And there are so many different ways that you have to navigate through your cybersecurity career to get to the leadership roles that you deserve. And there are so many different women out there that can be elevated thanks to the community and the offerings and the research that WSIS provides. And you might not even realize it, but it could be you. It could be a colleague of yours, a friend of yours, a family member, or someone within your network. Like Christine, she didn't know. The only thing that Christine knew is that she was unhappy in her physical therapy career. Was she successful? Yes, very successful. She was at the peak of her physical therapy career, and she had something within her that just wasn't sitting right. And even though it was COVID in 2020 and things were changing, she just felt like she wasn't utilizing her intellectual capabilities at the capacity that she wanted to. And this void just kept on itching away at her. And it was around that time that the WSIS Security Training Scholarship came across one of her community boards. Now, mind you, Christine was non-technical, have never had a technical course. And she was leery about the opportunity and thought, could this even be real? But because she grew up in the gaming culture, she was excited and curious to read about cybersecurity and the ability of problem solving and puzzles. And so at that very moment, she decided, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna apply. This particular program is designed to find that hidden talent, and Christine just so happened to have it. She also had aptitude, grit, and determination. And out of the over 700 WESIS members in 2020 that applied for the first year that we ran the Security Training Scholarship, she was one that got into the programming effort and elevated to the top tier. Within 15 months, we fast-tracked her from non-technical to technical and into her first career as cloud security analyst at Booz Allen Hamilton. But that's not it. We have also followed Christine throughout her career for the past 4 years throughout each and every promotion. And recently, Christine has even shared with us during an interview that I had the pleasure of being with her on 3 to 4 weeks ago. And when she was asked, what would the Christine of 2020 think of the Christine of today? She said she just simply would not believe it. See, at WESIS, we believe in you. We are a nonprofit that's funded to believe in others before they might not even believe in themselves. And we have a very large table where each and every one of us has a place where we belong. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lynn. Diverse perspectives, that was my big takeaway there. Really elevating those that don't think that they're right for the role, but encouraging people and mentoring people and getting people into those roles, especially women, creating more diverse workforces. Our next speaker is Mindy Pretzman. Mindy M. Pretzman, U.S. Secret Service retired, Secret Service Agency President to the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Emeritus. Mindy began her professional career as a police officer before embarking on a 21-year adventure in the elite United States Secret Service as a special agent. In her career, she pursued, accepted, and thrived in every challenge, including 2 assignments on the presidential detail. The latter as the head of the First Lady's detail, from protecting foreign dignitaries, former presidents, presidential children, First Ladies, and the sitting U.S. president, to securing event sites. She has plenty of experience to offer the security industry. While serving in the U.S. Secret Service, Mindy performed philanthropic work as the agency president to the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, providing unwavering support to members and the U.S. Secret Service mission. Mindy is eager to offer impactful insight from a strategic security standpoint, her philanthropic work, and as a woman with 27 years of experience in a challenging industry. Please welcome Mindy M. Pretzman.
This is such an honor. I first want to extend my utmost respect and support for the Secret Service personnel who responded to the recent assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. God bless the victims, their families, and our great nation. My remarks will not address the assassination attempt. However, if you heard criticism targeting the female agents working that day, you will draw parallels to what I'm about to say. President Lincoln once said, "The best way to predict your future is to create it." My name is Mindy Marie Pretzman. I have 27 years of experience in the security industry. My career began as a security guard, a police officer, and then as a special agent in the United States Secret Service. I grew up in Kingston, Pennsylvania, a small 2.2 square mile town, population 14,000. I'm the product of a loving and supportive family. My brothers were wrestlers, and by default, so was I, whether or not I wanted to participate. I earned a Division I field hockey scholarship to Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana. I received a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. As a student athlete, I learned how to balance priorities, push myself to the limit, and rise up after falling. I also enjoyed the adrenaline rush of winning with my team. I thrived outside of my comfort zone. I joined the security industry in 1996. Before that, I earned the highest physical fitness award in my local police academy class, a class that was male-dominated. Although I was not a naturally talented athlete, I became a peak performer by setting my goals higher than the standards. I joined the security industry in 1996. Women were tolerated, perhaps accepted, but not fully embraced. Many courageous women opened doors for us, but we still had to walk through them and stake our own claim at the proverbial table. I recall being a new police officer in a local police department. I was introduced to an older male sergeant. He was cordial until we were left alone for a minute. The sergeant blatantly announced that he didn't believe women belonged in police work. The year was 1996, not 1976. I politely disagreed with him and offered my credentials. I was extremely fit, well-trained, capable of handling myself, and prepared to back up anyone else as needed. My competence would have to speak for itself, and it did. Not long after winning over the sergeant, we even became friends despite that brash introduction. That uncomfortable experience was early in my career and a good lesson in dealing with difficult situations in the workplace. 6 years later, I was hired by the United States Secret Service, and not much had changed for women in the industry. Women had standards to achieve, but when you excelled beyond the standards, your mere competence was questioned. I was at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Georgia, about to take the PT test, a 1.5 mile run around a track with my fellow trainees. 24 trainees in a class, I was one of 3 women. I ran one of the fastest 1.5 times of my life. I was silently proud of my demonstration of competence. My final time was closer to the male peak standards, far beyond the standards set for women. The instructors immediately ordered me to run another lap. Later, I would become a physical fitness coordinator in the United States Secret Service. I was at the Secret Service Training Center in Maryland, shooting silhouette targets with my fellow trainees. I shot an incredibly accurate round, as indicated by the tight grouping and large hole on my target. I was silently proud of my demonstration of competence. The instructor approached me, and to my surprise, accused me of shooting the target of my neighbor. What? I invited the instructor to look at the tight grouping in my target, which demonstrated control and accuracy. I also asked the instructor if he looked at the target on the other side of my neighbor. The shooter at that firing point was a male trainee over 6 feet tall, but his target did not demonstrate the same level of marksmanship as mine. Later, I would become a firearms instructor in the United States Secret Service. My mentality: present me with a struggle, I'm going to rise up and respond with fierce determination for success. Like many women in male-dominated professions, I experienced sexual harassment in the workplace before it was ever taken seriously. I even had to take the obligatory sexual harassment training while being sexually harassed by my supervisor. I drew a line in the sand when he tried expanding his antics to my personnel file. You can mess with me, but not my career. The agency's remedy for the situation was for me to move to a new geographical location. So I did. Within 2 days, I found an apartment and I drove hours away to a new office, leaving my family and friends behind to continue my career. I decided to move forward and not look back. We are what we focus on. I proceeded to take advantage of every opportunity, and I had an exhilarating career in the United States Secret Service. I participated in 5 presidential inaugurations, to include planning parade route security for President Obama's first inauguration, the most attended in US history and a huge success. I was on the president's detail protecting the Obama children during their first trip to Hawaii as first family. By their last trip to Hawaii as first family, I was in charge of the president's detail, First Lady's detail. I was the original detail leader for First Lady Melania Trump. I led and established all of her security operations to, from, in, and between several geographical locations. I had the honor and privilege of securing presidential sites whose capacity held 5 times the population of my hometown. I enjoyed the adrenaline rush of riding in the president's motorcade, hearing the roar of the president's motorcade, roar of the engines approach me at my site, and staying focused while working among thousands of excited supporters. I traveled the world, floated in the Dead Sea, walked on the Great Wall of China, and had ice cream at the Trevi Fountain in Italy with my colleagues. I would have missed all of that had I cowered when times were tough. I had mastered resilience. I leveraged my experience later in my career. I was elected as a Secret Service Agency president to the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association. FLIOA is a nonprofit association who represents 65 federal agencies, nearly 33,000 members. I found my role as agency president immensely rewarding because it afforded me an opportunity to help others navigate difficult situations. Not only did I have my own experience to grow from, I had tenure, institutional knowledge, and relationships. And I used every single one to benefit our members. Women have come a long way in nearly 30 years. Some of the experiences that I had are no longer tolerated in the workplace, thanks to increased training and enforcement. I have personally witnessed the Secret Service take more appropriate action to discourage and address harassment in the workplace. The road may be less rigorous for women in some ways, but we still have challenges such as life priorities competing with having a career. Ultimately, we as women have to create our own strategic path to what we individually define as our success and happiness. My message to anyone considering a career in the industry, or even for those who are already established, number one, be a peak performer. Set your goals higher than the standards. Number two, take advantage of every opportunity. Thrive outside of your comfort zone. Three, if faced with adversity, do not give up your seat at the table. Stake your claim. Number four, pay your experiences forward. Teach, coach, mentor. And finally, number five, relish the journey. My career in the Secret Service was rewarding and meaningful. I recall my first ride on Air Force One as an agent on the President's detail. I was working with male colleagues, all much taller than I. I sat up in the seat in order to set out the tray table for food service. And at that moment, I realized my feet could no longer touch the floor. I was living the great American dream as a 5'3" tall woman. I did not know any women in security when I started my career, so I read a lot of books to try to set my expectations. What I learned was that I would likely face some forms of resistance, and throughout my career, I certainly did. But I never lost faith, and no oppositional force ever forged against me prevailed. My journey to success is a culmination of determination, opportunity, and support. I'm so grateful for the women who shared their stories and prepared me for my career. I hope that sharing my journey with you will encourage confidence and courage for women to pursue your success and happiness, whatever you define them to be. The best way to predict your future is to create it. Thank you.
All right. You guys are amazing. Just 3 talks already, and I'm like, oh my God, you guys, very, very incredible. Sharing the things I took away from that were being resilient, always looking forward, and relishing the journey, which we've heard a couple of times now, which is amazing. Our next speaker, our last speaker of our 4 keynotes before we get into some deep dive panels, is Tia Hopkins. Tia is the Chief Cyber Resilience Officer and Field CTO with eCentire. In addition to her more than 2 decades in the industry, she is an adjunct professor of cybersecurity, a women's tackle football coach, keynote speaker, published author, and LinkedIn Learning instructor. In addition to numerous accolades and publications, Tia was recently named one of the top 25 leaders in cybersecurity, receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award from AmeriCorps and the Office of the President of the United States. Tia is also the founder of Empower Her, am I pronouncing that? Empower Her, basically. Empower Her Cybersecurity, a nonprofit organization aimed at inspiring and empowering women of color to pursue cybersecurity careers. In addition, she sits on the board of Cyversity, a nonprofit association dedicated to diversifying, educating, and empowering women, underrepresented minorities, and veterans in their pursuits of growth within the cybersecurity industry. In her free time, doesn't sound like there's a lot of free time with you ladies, I just want to say, In her free time, she is currently pursuing a PhD in cybersecurity leadership, where her research is being focused on leveraging cyber resilience to bridge the communication gap between digital leaders, non-technical business leaders, and board of directors. Please welcome Tia Hopkins.
Thank you. All right, step one, mission accomplished. Don't trip up the steps. We're off to a fantastic start. I'm really, I feel privileged to be here, so thank you to everyone involved putting this together. It's an incredible opportunity, and it's a very important topic to be discussing. You know, we've heard a lot about the need for diversity in security in general, and it is really important because it brings about diversity of thought, which is critical to things like creativity and innovation and sustainability. So what I'm going to be talking about today is finding your voice to build confidence and take up space. And I'm really glad that we started with my bio. First, I'm glad that I didn't melt while I was standing there because I'm really embarrassed by it. But I'm glad we started with that because when I have conversations, I like to begin with the end in mind. And everything that you heard is not the woman that I've always been. It took a lot of soul searching, a number of years of tackle football to get some aggression out, some therapy, a lot. But I went from this very shy and quiet, really closed off individual to the person that I am today. Be that whoever you think that is. Maybe you'll have an opinion of that after this talk. But you know, throughout my journey, what I learned and what I've started to see in other women is that one of the biggest challenges in our ability to step into our power and do what it is that we're destined to do is a lack of confidence. There's really not a huge lack of competence in women that want to do great things. In fact, I think we often feel like we have to work 10 times harder to get to where we want to be. So competence is often not the question, it's confidence. So in a room, you'll have a woman that is extremely competent but not confident, and she'll get beat out for a role by her male counterpart that may not be as competent. Oh, but he's confident, right? And so, you know, to start this journey, I'm like, well, where do I want to start? I think we have to go back to the beginning. You know, what leads to this being sort of the majority and the way things are? And I think part of it, at least for me, is that women are typically, not always, typically raised in a way that causes us to shrink, right? We're raised to be seen, not heard. Keep your head down. Don't kick up a fuss. Don't make a lot of noise, you know? We're supposed to be, it's funny, when I was playing football, we would broadcast games and people will come on and say, women don't need to be playing football. They should be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. I'm like, what are you talking about? Let's pad up and meet on the field like right now. We can talk about this. But we're also often put in a position where our lives are pretty much defined for us before we even get the opportunity to decide for ourselves what it is that we like, who we should marry, the type of careers that we should consider. And so these things don't put us in a position where we feel good about taking up space. It puts us in a position where we feel like we have to shrink, and taking up space is a bad thing. And I think growing up, our parents think they're doing those things to protect us, but they manifest themselves when we get into the adult world and get into our careers. That's the reason sometimes that women don't speak up when they are in the room, or feel like we don't belong in the room in the first place. You know, we've given a lot of power to the term imposter syndrome. And I want to unpack that for a minute and the sort of impact that confidence has on that. So let's separate the two words, imposter and syndrome. So an imposter is someone pretending to be someone that they're not. I don't think many of us are doing that, but I would argue that the people that are typically more confident than we are because they really have to sell who they're trying to be. And then you look at the syndrome side of it. the sort of paraphrase definition of syndrome is like a condition or a situation that occurs consistently. So that says to me that we have the power to dispel imposter syndrome by calling it what it is. One, I am who I say I am. And two, I'm not going to allow this feeling to persist. We just need to accept it as maybe fear, maybe uncertainty, maybe doubt, and that's okay, that's healthy. It makes us care. But the key is to make sure those things only last for a moment, because it's the persistence of those feelings that become a syndrome, and we just add the imposter piece to it because we start to feel like, oh, I don't belong in that room. And so the way this manifested for me throughout my career was I was raised to not kick up a fuss, be quiet, keep your head down, keep it moving. Don't kick up too much dirt. And I'm a rebel. I like kicking up dirt. Like, my questions are like, says who? Why do I have to do that? Why do I have to be that way? But I feared my mom, so I listened and I kept my head down and I did what I was supposed to do. The way I grew up, that was also compounded by the fact that I moved around a lot, so I was bullied a lot. I was gifted academically, so I often found myself in honors classes where no one looked like me. So I didn't look like anyone I was in class with, and I was not in class with people that I did look like, so I was kind of like an outcast everywhere. And so what I didn't realize was happening while I was going through this, just kind of, continuing to shrink, is that internally I was developing these superpowers almost. I was getting comfortable with being uncomfortable without knowing it, because I wasn't comfortable anywhere I went. I started to learn to master the art of disarming, because I walk into a room, the way I'm packaged up and people don't know what to expect, and if I'm going to drive the value that I'm there to drive, I have to quickly take their mind off of, whoa, what is this? I'll tell you what it is. Let's talk about it. And then also master the art of being a disruptor without being disruptive. Because there are a lot of hard conversations that need to be had, and if not properly positioned, they fall on deaf ears. I walk into rooms all the time and I feel like, this is crazy, I'm gonna flip a table. And then I have the thought, well, there's probably some people in this room just waiting for me to be the angry black woman. I'm not gonna give them that. So we're gonna have this conversation and we're gonna have it in a constructive way. But that takes a lot of growth. It takes a lot of confidence in oneself. And so where I'm going with this is, in order for us to get to where we want to be, we have to understand why we are where we are. And for women interested in security as a career or already in industry, we really have to ask ourselves, what is it in me that is preventing me from standing in my power? Where does that come from? And often it does go back to maybe the way we were raised, or something that we experienced, or something someone said to us. I didn't feel like anyone wanted to hear anything I had to say by the time I entered corporate America. One, because as a child, I was basically told, don't say anything. And then after being bullied and not really having a lot of success at making friends, I just thought my opinions didn't matter. So I wasn't really open to sharing my story or my feedback or my thoughts on strategy, what have you. And then one day that changed. I didn't find my voice. Someone saw what was in me and helped me to see what was there. I have a great leader in my company that I'm at now. One of the things he says all the time when we're about to have a quarterly business review is, be bold, be brief, be gone. So hopefully I achieve that today, because I get passionate and I tend to drone on forever. But one day I was having a conversation with him, and I'm very inquisitive, and I asked a question, and he was very impressed by it. He said something to us in a town hall one day, something about the opportunity we had at the company that was an opportunity that many people would never see in their career. And I wanted to know what that meant. And because I asked him that question, he was just very interested in having more conversations with me. And so that was really my first time feeling like someone actually gave a crap about what I had to say. And then the more conversations we had, the more I began to speak and feel seen and feel heard. And confidence is, it's addictive, right? Success is addictive. When you do something that you never thought you'd be able to do, it's an amazing feeling. And then you want to do it again and again and again and again and again. And confidence is like that too. It's a great feeling. So the more I talked to this leader, the more I wanted to talk to this leader. And I just got to the point where I was like, well, I'm going to try something. I think there's a strategy that we need to try. That we need to try. I'm going to build it out and I'm going to position it. I'm going to see what he says. And he came back to me and he said, not only is this great, I've never told you that this is a gap that I've been struggling to figure out how we're going to fill it. It's exactly the one you picked. The plan that you put together is perfect. Go build it. My first thought was, oh God, what have I done? My second thought was, Tia Hopkins, your name is on this. It cannot fail. Go do what you do. And there was a lot of those things that continued to happen throughout the course of my career. And it all started with me just believing in myself that I had something to say. And the reality is, I'm not for everybody. I said this earlier today. I am not for everybody, and that's okay. But the people that I am for, the people that I do impact, the people that I am able to touch will benefit greatly. And I'm confident in that. And so I've continued to pour into myself and my knowledge so that I can give back to the community and really, really hone my craft and be credible in the things that I say and the strategies that I introduce. And it has gone a long way for me. And so I've gone from being that shy, I'm still an introvert, that's never going away, but I'm not shy, and I do speak up. Actually, it's harder to get me to be quiet these days than it is to get me to speak up. And I ask for forgiveness instead of permission. Whereas before, I would ask for permission to do everything. And asking for permission slows things down because everybody's got competing priorities and millions of ways they think things should be done. I just like to say, I did it this way, what do you think? Because getting something edited is much easier than trying to get something started with a bunch of people that don't think the same way, right? And there's a sort of thing I give myself every day, and it is grace. Every day I give myself grace, and it has really propelled me throughout my career. And yes, grace in the sense that you're thinking, but I'm going to double click on it a bit. So the G in grace stands for grit. Some days you just got to grind it out, and that turns into amazing things. What I learned about myself in grit is my background, where I come from, the way that I grew up, gives me a level of grit that some of my peers or counterparts in this industry could only wish they had a portion of. I come from a world where I've been forced to choose between a gallon of milk and a gallon of gas. Give me a budget, not enough headcount, fine. Give me a magic marker and a roll of duct tape and I will MacGyver the crap out of this strategy. We're gonna get it done. And I work with people that can't do that. And that is why diversity is so important. The R in grace, resilience. Things are not always gonna go the way we want them to go. And we have to be okay with that. Failure is only permanent if we give up. One thing I like to say is I either win or I learn. If I don't learn anything or completely give up, then it is a failure, but that's my fault. So resilience is the ability to bounce back when things don't necessarily go your way, but take something from it also. And that leads into the A, which is agility. We got to be able to move and shake. Sometimes a pivot is necessary. I'm a very passionate person. I'm very convicted in my beliefs, and I don't want to give up on my thoughts and ideas sometimes. But sometimes you hold something so tight that you kill it. We got to be willing to let go and move on to other things. C, Probably the thing that has propelled me the furthest in my career is curiosity, relentless curiosity. Says who? Why is that? Where's the data to support that? Never take anything at face value. And then that brings me to the E, empowerment. We have to give ourselves the right. The last person that should be telling me no is me. And so, all that said, I will leave you with this, because I think it's time for me to wrap up here. You know, what is within us has always been within us, and it will always be within us. So we have to find our voice. We have to find what that superpower is, and we can't be afraid to use it. We have to step into that power. We have to find the confidence to do that, and you have to protect it, right? People didn't give us what's in us, so don't allow people to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tia. Yeah, that imposter syndrome speaks to me all the time as I stand up on the stage here. Right? I'm like, do these people really want to know what I have to say? I don't know. Again, the things that I took away from all four of those: diversity, disarming perceptions, resilience, and celebrating the journey, right? Relishing in it a little bit. Thank you, everybody, for our keynotes. Those were our 4 keynotes. We're going to do 2 panels following this. Our first one is 3 panels. Our Breaking Barriers panel, which will be coming up next. We're going to take a 10-minute break for anybody watching on the stream. You can just stay on this channel. We'll come back when we come back. So right now, we're looking at 2:23. We'll be back in the room and ready to go, let's say 2:35. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Loving the energy in the room, loving it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to our panelists. This first panel is Breaking Barriers panel. In this panel, we're going to focus on trailblazing women in security, sharing their personal and professional stories with a focus on security at some impactful events. This panel will explore the challenges they've faced, the milestones they've achieved, and the lessons that they've learned along the way. Gain insight into the experiences that have shaped these remarkable women and be inspired by, again, resilience and determination, right? Please welcome to the stage your moderator for this panel, Danielle Weddepole, Executive Director of Safety at Sheridan College. Welcome, Danielle.
How's the energy in the room? So I'm so delighted to speak to these lovely women today. just about their journey. So the journey consisting of memorable moments, high stakes events, how things might have transitioned over the years, and then taking a dive into some of the challenges they might have faced at the start of their career and at later points. And that's really going to help us develop some good takeaways for several people in the audience and our live streaming audience to really think about things that they can think through in their own journey through the security industry. So I'm so thankful to have met these lovely ladies in person today as well. So I'd like to start by introducing each panelist, and then I'd like to have them give about a two-minute synopsis of how they basically entered the industry. And I know over the years things have ebbed and flowed through many of our own respective journeys. But I find it's always really great to see how people landed in this industry, right? Whether it was from the customer service beginnings, or if they had a love for technology at a young age, or spy movies. You know, many of us got in because it was a cool industry at the time too. So I'd like to start with Kelly Bond. Have Kelly Bond as our first panelist. And Kelly's a partner at Davis Mergers and Acquisitions Group. So Kelly, take it away. How did you get into the industry?
Just by chance. I didn't know anything about the industry. I knew nothing about even alarm system. I am in the electronic security portion of our very large industry. I've been in it for 27 plus years. And I came into the industry because of a connection that a friend made. They knew of a brand new boutique lending firm that had 4 partners, and their goal was to make sure that all of their loan customers stayed successful. So they were looking for someone that was willing to go meet with all of those customers, who, by the way, were 100% men, big surprise, and they wanted someone that was willing to help them go the long road with them to make sure that they had a successful business. I didn't know anything about it, but I had the drive, the interest, and the willingness to learn something different. I wasn't sure that I wanted to stay in sales forever, and so I took the opportunity. And all these years later, I have always been on the financial end of the industry doing mergers and acquisitions or lending, and it has been an amazingly fulfilling career thus far. I still plan to do it for a few more years. So, but I want to say something before you go to the next group. I was really blown away by our 4 keynotes. Listen. The stories were very different backgrounds, different successes, but the grit and the grace that each of them give themselves was phenomenal. So I just want to really shout out to y'all. It was awesome.
I agree. It was so uplifting, and just to see all of our commonalities throughout the industry, no matter where we're from. So thanks so much, Kelly. Our next panelist is Bonnie Michelman, President and Chief Security Officer at Mass General Brigham. So Bonnie, how did you arrive to the security industry?
I shared a little of that before, but I will share one other thing. I would love to say I've always had a strategic plan for my life. You know, many of the management gurus tell you, have your 6-month and 12-month. Sometimes it's opportunities that fall and you grab them and you take a hold. And I was finishing up my first graduate program, and I was waitressing night shift in an international house of pancakes, IHOP, as you might know. And I was teaching during the day and going to school, and a guy used to come in. We had a lot of regulars at that shift, you can imagine. Some were not so good. Had a lot of life lessons there. A guy used to come in and sit down every night around midnight or 1, and he'd have his eggs and pancakes, and he'd be writing and working. So one night I sat down with him, and I said, Maury, what do you do for work? And he said, I'm a sales manager for a security company. I said, okay, I want to come work for you next month. I'll be finished with my degree. And I had no interest in selling or electronic security, but I thought I was young and female. I knew enough that I would be having some issues. So I thought getting some credibility to learn the technological end of the world at that time would be good. And it actually was.
Amazing. Wow. Okay, our next panelist, Linda Florence, founder of the Florence Group. So how did you arrive in this wonderful industry?
I started in college when I was working in retail. And I saw the loss prevention agents chasing people around and doing investigations, and I thought that looks like way more fun. And I was headed to law school. So instead of that, I ended up in this, literally getting a job in the on the security side of the house. And around that same time was when I attended my first ASIS meeting back in the DC chapter, which, like everybody else, I was the only other woman in the room besides the secretary, the chapter secretary's wife. And of course, everybody thought I was somebody's wife. But I stuck with it, and I like to say I had a parallel career. And now, 40 years later, a PhD and master's degree in security and books and speaking engagements and ASIS career, similar, not as successful, but similar to Bonnie's, as she alluded to, our very long-term, very 40-year friendship. But I've changed industries like several times. But you have to take those opportunities as they come along. And I think a lot of those opportunities came along because of the networking connections through professional associations and education. So literally, you get your foot in the door, find what you like, and then follow it.
Linda, I loved what you said about friendship, because when I think about some of my closest connections, my allies, my friends that I can call if I'm having a bad day, it's shrouded, it's based in friendship. And to have the opportunity not to have just a great career, but to make friends along the way is, it's just such a good benefit from the industry. So
I'm currently working, that's my consulting group. I'm currently working, and I don't say this to a lot of groups, but I will to this one. I'm the Director of Security and Business Continuity for Planned Parenthood in Southern California. So that takes up most of my time.
Great. Our next panelist is Connie Matthew Reynolds. And Connie is the founder and CEO of Rycon. So Connie, how did you get into the industry?
So similar to you, I actually was a store manager for TJ Maxx, and I was the same way. I was in my high heels and dresses chasing shoplifters and tackling them to the ground, which now they can't do that, but I did that because I would get so angry when people would steal. And I got really burned out, and so then I went into a nonprofit, worked for a construction association, which was pretty much 100% male. And we had a department that went on a maternity leave, and they asked me to do sales, and that's when I found out that I really loved working with people and helping solve problems. So I then went, about 25 years ago, selling IT consulting and training for global companies all over the US and obviously in Europe and so forth. And then I fell into cybersecurity. I get bored very easily. I didn't take the traditional route, and I like to share my story because so many women don't necessarily take the traditional route. And I really want women to feel like if I can do it, so can they. That's my whole motto of working and mentoring with young women and even older women that are deciding to do career changes. So just a little bit of a background of a little bit of many things.
I think you're really echoing what Tia mentioned too about having that curiosity. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it means changing industries, learning new things. So that's remarkable. So our final panelist is Angela White. And Angela is the past president of the Electronic Security Association and the controller at Capital Security. So how did you get into the industry?
I think I define non-traditional. I had moved to Vermont, community of about 600 people, and was looking to do something. I was going out of my mind. I'm like, well, years ago, I hadn't had an opportunity to finish college. I'll go bartend and do some waitressing. And two guys would come in every afternoon, and they looked at me and said, we're electricians. You could never do what we do. Within a week, I had a job as an apprentice at a predominant premier electrical contracting firm in Vermont. I finished my apprenticeship. I moved on to electronic security. I worked for others, decided to take a leap of faith, opened my first company, had that for 22 years, had started volunteering with the Electronic Security Association, and they really wrote the rest of my career. I met my second business partner, had a company in Wisconsin, sold that, became president of the association, which is only the third female in a 76-year history of the association. And when I sold that company, ended up as the controller of Capital Security. So to everybody's point, we all have different journeys. Don't give up. That route may not be what you think is a path. Be curious, ask questions, be a disruptor. There's something there for everyone. Just make your place and own it.
You raise a really good point too. Most of our paths have not been linear by any stretch of the imagination. So very good point. So I'm going to ask the panel 3 separate questions, and there's a few different people I'd like to ask each particular question. So the first one is just thinking through, whether it was in the beginning of your career, at a midpoint, or more recently, memorable or high stakes moments, milestones you've achieved, achievements that you've had, and just how your career shifted over the years. So I think it's important to really think about the trajectory as we go. So our beginnings, and then, as we said, things that haven't been linear necessarily. So I'm actually going to start with Linda.
Okay. A couple of shifts. I went from being a practitioner, where I was a director of security for a bank. I finished up my PhD and then went into education, and then I had the opportunity to be a dean, and then shifted back into being a practitioner. And I was also teaching and consulting along the way. So that was definitely a major shift. It gave me an opportunity to work on both sides. I will say that the one thing that has always been, I call it my parallel path, was volunteer leadership through ASIS and a couple of other organizations, because that gave me the networking and the other opportunities along the way. The leadership opportunities through volunteer leadership are so different and vast that you don't get in the business world so much. I mean, being on the board of directors of ASIS is like running a small country. It really is, and the things that you get exposed to, right? And then I was the first female president of the Professional Certification Board, a very long time ago. But get exposed to metrics and testing, and again, another element of education that I would not have been exposed to in my professional career. But then I was able to merge that later, where that came to play when I went into the academia. So it all kind of comes together that you end up using those skill sets later on down the road. A couple of very memorable events. I was running security for one of the casinos during 9/11. That will always be in my mind. You know exactly where you were when that happened. And excuse me, on New Year's Eve, a couple of times on the Las Vegas Strip, when things happen that, in the blink of an eye, and you're in the middle of these crowds of tens of thousands of people, and you have to make split-second decisions that are going to affect literally the entire event. Life-changing. One of my one thing that I think that defined the trajectory of my career was I had moved for a job with one of the banks, and the night before I was to report, I had been commuting, of course, like you do when you relocate, you go back and forth until you get settled. I got a phone call there, one of our employees had been murdered, and that kind of started my career, my interest, I should say, in workplace violence, and especially violence against women, which fast forward then got me very interested in what I ended up getting my doctorate in, which is violence, and violence against women specifically. And here I am working for Planned Parenthood 20 years later, who knew? So there are definitely things that happen, I think, that define you, and you don't really realize it at the time until it all comes together and coalesces at some point down the road, that you get this thought in your mind, and you think, well, how will this ever affect me? But it really does. It really does start to affect you, kind of define you in some way. I mean, there's been so many events or things that I've had an opportunity to do that I wouldn't have had an opportunity to do had I not been in the security industry. Places I've gone, I've been able to travel pretty much all over the United States, teaching with both ASIS and also with my jobs. And I've also relocated several times. I've been laid off 3 times. So I mean, there's the other side of it. But I probably would not have had the reason to pick up and move or pick up and go. I wouldn't have been to, New Orleans 4 times, because why? If it hadn't been for ASIS or, other places around the world. And you meet so many, I keep going back to this, but you meet so many interesting people, especially at the leadership level, that you wouldn't normally get to be exposed to. If you were afraid to not change jobs. So I have had 7 different jobs in 20-something years, and I'm not ashamed to say that because I learned so much from each and every one of them.
Extraordinary. Thanks for sharing.
Sure.
Angela.
Wow. Over the course of my career, again, I started in commercial electrical. I went to electronics and technology and security. The one thing that always resonated was I was never going to be as physically capable as any of my male counterparts. But I knew that I could be more intellectually capable, and I could learn more, and I could be the best at my craft, and I could always work smarter. I didn't have to work harder. And I know that even my girls would look at me. I have 3 daughters and a bonus daughter, and they're like, Mom, you're always working harder. You're always learning. You're always in a book or a code book or taking classes. And I was never resentful of that because everything that I learned brought me to a better place individually and brought my company, whichever company, to a better place. I was afforded the opportunity in Vermont to actually design carbon monoxide detectors on commercial fire panels after we lost students at the University of Vermont. And this was long before any of you ever had them in your home. Carbon monoxide wasn't on anyone's radar. But because I had positioned myself with the fire authorities in the state of Vermont, they came to me and said, can you help us? So that learning, no matter what, it may seem like you're working harder, you're trying harder, it builds you, it brings you, or should bring you, the satisfaction of being the best you can be at whatever it is you're doing. Our craft went from, let's protect your things. We have a nice house, we have 3 TVs, we have things. That was the security aspect. Our job now is to provide information so that everybody else can do their job. Nobody's going to respond to an alarm until we give them the information. And we can lock down this entire campus with one button and give all the first responders all of the information they need to know where someone is. So our craft has changed dramatically over the years from things to actually providing some levels of peace of mind. Collectively in this room, we have the ability to save lives. Look at any one of us in here and any component of what we do for security. We make a huge impact, and I think that's the statement that everybody in here should be most proud of.
You know, that reminds me, sometimes if you're having a hard day, you need to think about those impacts, right? And the impact, whether it's small or big, because we have hard days in this industry, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it keeps you going forward. It's the momentum. That's a really good takeaway. Kelly.
So similar to Linda's experience with volunteering and networking, volunteering is a very big part of my life, both personally and professionally, and it's something that I'm so glad I was interested in doing early on in my career, because frankly, had I not done it, I would not likely be sitting here now. It created the connections for me and the friendships that became so important and empowered me to do things that I might not have done otherwise. So, you know, if there's a message that I can give, and I know that's probably being premature, but I would say, you know, volunteering, putting yourself out there is the best way to help propel wherever your career is going to go. When I started in the industry, like I said before, I worked for a lender, and then after a few years, I transitioned into acquisitions. And in that role, I've spent a lot of years helping business owners understand how healthy their business is. And trust me, I've had to tell a few business owners that their baby was ugly. And it is a hard conversation to have. But over the years, I've also come to a point in my career where people are coming to me to help them make sure that their business is in a place that if they had to sell, that they were ready to do so. And if they're a buyer, what do they need to do to be prepared for that? But a thing that took kind of a different turn for me about 7 years ago, one of the partners of my first job in the industry was a board member with an access control manufacturer. And they wanted to help their dealer customers add recurring revenue to their businesses. And if you know much about the integration world, recurring monthly revenue has not been a popular topic for many years. And for a couple of years, we danced around what this role could look like. But I admittedly had no experience in the manufacturing world. And frankly, I had not worked with a lot of integration companies. Most of the companies that I worked with were alarm companies, and they lived on recurring monthly revenue. But finally, it was kind of an offer you couldn't refuse, and I was intrigued and nervous, and really, frankly, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. But I spent 4 years helping build a program to make it easy for integrators to add revenue in that part of their business. And it was scary, and I felt a little bit like an imposter. Because I didn't know their business model. But I spent 4 years learning it. I took an access control course, and I can't tell you that I could go put in an access control system right now, but I understand a lot more about it than when I started. After 4 years, I realized that I had learned as much as I wanted to learn in that field, and I wanted to become independent and get back in the M&A world. Little did I know it was the best stop that I could have made, because most of my clients are integration companies. And I understand their business. I understand the financial aspect of it and their pain points. And I am so much better prepared when taking them to market than I would have been had I not taken that leap. And I was 20 years into my career at that point. So it was hard. It was a hard thing to do. It was stressful. But I am so thankful. And I know it's such a thing to say, you know, for every door opens, blah, blah, blah. Well, it was the reality for me. It was the best thing that I could have done in my career. And I'm thankful for it. And I look back on it mostly fondly. But I'm glad it gave me what I needed to be successful in where I am now.
Well, and you really struck a chord with me there, because, you know, sometimes with skill development, it is for curiosity, but sometimes it is to advance your career and to put more of those tools in your tradecraft tool belt. So it's always good to be curious, but also to use it to perpetuate your own skills within a company or to shift. So that's great. So we're going to shift gears a little bit now, and I'm going to ask two of our panelists about some of the challenges they've faced, whether small or big or plentiful, just at various points in their career. So I'd like to start out with Connie.
So I remember when I first got into sales, there was my management team. We had a shared bathroom, and I overheard them talking about me. And they basically said no one would buy anything from me because of the way I looked, because I've always been a full-figured person. And I went up to them, and I had a couple of choice words I probably shouldn't say up here, and told them that I told them all honestly to fuck off. And I said, and my next thing to them was, you will never define who I am, I define who I am. And when I mentor young women, I say that all the time, but there's a caveat, you need to be self-aware. Because if you're not self-aware, you can't improve. And if you can't be honest with yourself where your strengths and weaknesses are, I think it's hard to grow. And so I said, well, let's talk a year later. And so I went into their management meeting, and there were 8 sales reps, and I brought in 80% of the revenue of 8 sales reps. And I literally walked in their office, and I said, maybe you should hire more fat people because you'd make more money. They chased me out, and I said, and when I share my story, I don't want people to feel sorry for me, but it's that grit and like not allowing someone else, because I would not be sitting here today if I would have listened to them, because it was my first sales role. And I've just been I have a ton of grit, and along with what you guys were saying with volunteering, I was the first, I'm the president of the Central Ohio ISSA chapter. I was the first female president, and our chapter started in 1989. And so I'm a rule breaker. I'm not afraid to go against the norms, but I always try to be respectful, but always find your voice, and if you don't, there's not a seat at the table, just take it. And resiliency is really big. So when I share that with younger people, they're like, that's so badass. And I'm like, I mean, it took a lot of strength for me to do that because it was my first sales job. And I could have been fired, but I didn't care because I knew my value. And if they didn't see it, I would go somewhere else.
Amazing. I love that story. And I like the vigor with which you tell it. Okay, Bonnie, do you have anything to add about challenges? I'm sure there's been many.
Sure. Yeah, we could all talk about that for 3 weeks. I had to say, I was laughing inside when Angela was mentioning the small town of Vermont, because my staff will tell you every time I'm having a really stressful day, I always say, in my next life, I'm going to work in a general store in a small town in Vermont. A couple different things. I think first, starting off, kind of trying to find a seat at the table the right way. I spent a lot of time trying to look like a man because there were no women. I wore dark suits and I wore my hair tied up in a bun and tried to be effective and smart, but was careful. And that was hard. That balance is hard. You know, you don't want to pick every battle. You want to insert yourself into conversations. People ignore you. I remember my first IAHS board meeting, I was totally ignored. So what I tried to do is to establish one-on-one relationships so people would get to know me individually. And then when I started getting, more penetrating sort of their groups, they were much more welcoming. And sometimes it takes time, but that's really hard. The second challenge I think I would say is, kind of emotional constraint. And I'm sure some of you will relate to this in very different ways. So one of the most poignant situations early on in my career I remember was, and some of you have heard this, was a time where I was an executive in a company that did not have any other executive women at all. In fact, all of the poor administrative assistants who were female kept coming to me with horrible stories. But one night I was meeting all of my colleagues who were the male executives. Our boss wasn't there. I was a little late. We were collaborating on a project, and I was late because I had been with our boss for my performance appraisal, and when someone asked me how it went, I said, "It was great, thank you." And he publicly stood up and said, "Well, gentlemen, clearly the only way to get a good raise is to take Ken to a motel on Route 1 for the afternoon." And I remember I was like horrified, and I remember, my first impulse was to punch him, and my second impulse was to cry, and there was complete silence, and I just stood there, and I got up and said, "Excuse me," and I left, and I went to my car, certainly cried all the way home. And I thought about what I was going to do. Was I going to quit? Was I going to call the best lawyers in Boston? Was I going to call the owner and tell them? And I decided if I did any of those things, I'd be hurting myself, not him. So when I saw him the next day at an event, I called him over and I said, "I'm going to say this to you once and only once." I said, "If you ever humiliate me or demean me, publicly or privately again, you won't have a job, you won't have a career, and you will have a lawsuit crammed down your throat. Are we clear?" And he, "Bonnie, I was only kidding, da da da." But he never did. And I think if I were to do it again, I probably would have done the same thing. Because I think had I overreacted, though I could have. And the lesson we all learn so many times is it's not about somebody else, because I call them the 5%ers, the 5% of the population that are going to be jerks no matter what you do. So it's about how you respond, clearly. And emotional constraint during events. So I've been through unbelievable times during the Boston Marathon bombing where every one of the major victims was at my place, and every media and every National Guard, and the president was there, and thousands of onlookers and people freaking out, and it was horrendous. And I was there for 2 different murders of doctors in 2 hospitals. I was there for the stabbing of a psychiatrist. I was there for 9/11, and I was the president of ASIS during that time too. And I think what happens in those cases for those of us in this world is people look to us. to see how we're dealing with it. They look to see how much control we have, how scared we look. Our staff looks to us. And no matter what you're feeling inside, it's okay to say to your staff, I'm scared too, but to be in control and in charge and resilient. It's not how many times you get thrown down, it's how many times we get up. And finally, the other challenge, and I've always had, is work-life balance. I work hard, I play hard, but sometimes that's hard. I like to volunteer a lot too, and I'm on a lot of different things. And I'm married, but I didn't have kids. It's because I had ovarian cancer pretty bad a bunch of years ago. But so you all who have kids and do this, my admiration goes out. But I think, I try to really coach people that it's critically important to do a great job. I agree. I think it was Mindy who said, do better than what's expected or the standards. She said it better than that. I agree. And as somebody who's a minority in a field, sometimes you have to do that. But a work-life balance has been, for me, a challenge.
So many of what you said, too, resonated with me from Mindy's opening remarks as well. It's just the parallels are just, it doesn't matter, as we said before, too, what industry you're from, right? There's some commonalities for sure. So I think in the interest of time, we might not be able to dive too deep into the lessons and insights that have shaped you, but if you could just summarize things that people can take away to think about their own journey, maybe in a couple sentences. Take it away, Kelly.
Very early in my career, knowing that I was in a very male-dominant industry, I made a decision that no matter what I did, I would never want to bring shame or embarrassment to my employer or to my family. So I guarantee you there are very few men who think about this. I thought about what I wore, where I found myself in the evenings, how I spent my time when I was on the road, and what I could do to mentor other women. And I know that sounds so old-fashioned, but unfortunately, it's still our reality. You portray your professionalism in all those things that I just mentioned. So if there's one thing that I would say, and y'all, I am so excited to see a more diverse industry, young faces in this room, and changing the percentages of who makes up our industry. But we still have to think about how do we come across in what we do. So if there's one takeaway, I would say, just take that little extra second and think what impact in how I look or how I act may resonate with someone, and is it positive or negative?
Bonnie?
How's it going to make them feel?
Yeah.
More importantly. I had a list, but I'll just talk about one, and that's tenacity and risk-taking. And I learned that from a lesson early on from the person that was the most powerful in my life, which was my dad. And I was 20 when he died, but we were exceptionally close. And I grew up walking distance from Fenway Park, which is where the Red Sox play in Boston, if you don't know baseball. And we went to the games every weekend, and he was my hero, and he had a very, very hard life. He was very, very ill and just very hardworking. And I knew a lot about baseball. I knew every statistic in the whole Major League Baseball, and I decided when I was 12 or 13 that I wanted to work at Fenway Park selling programs or something. So he walked me down there. He couldn't drive. He was legally blind. And he stood outside and he said, go in. They were having applications, and I went in, and I came back out a few minutes later. I was crying. He said, what's the matter? And I said, they don't let women work. They don't let girls work here. And he said, why not? I said, I don't know, because I'm a girl. And he said, you can do anything you want. And you go back in there and you tell them that you have wanted to work here, that you know a lot about baseball, shove off some statistics in their face if you want, and tell them you can do this job. And I said, I don't want to. And he said, sure you do, and you're going to feel really good if you go back in. And he made me, and they hired me, and that lesson just left a legacy for me.
Champion at a young age. It's great. Yeah. Linda.
Having to stick to just one, I'd say the most important thing at this point in my career, now that I'm kind of looking back, honestly, is I think bringing people along with us. I look to my mentors, friends and colleagues and mentors that, some of which have passed on and have been retired, and some of which are my peers and colleagues even. But what resonates with me now is when I get like a note on LinkedIn or an email out of the blue or even a Christmas card for someone I haven't talked to in many years, and they send me a quick note about how much I impacted them, especially if it's somebody who I really kicked their butt, you know, because they needed it at the time. You know, one young lady really sticks in my mind. She had absolutely no security experience whatsoever, but she had some tenacity and she had an interest, and she wanted to get involved in investigations, and so I gave her a chance, and she excelled. And I have several examples of that over the years, and the fact that these people go out of their way now, even though I've moved, you know, as I said, several times in my career, all for my career around the country, but they still stay in touch, and they say thank you, and they reach out for advice, and now I'm looking to them, and the fact that they've done better than me, you know, that just warms my heart, and to me it made it all worthwhile that I did something right. And in this career we have an opportunity to not only lead people, but to help people, and to know that we're, like you said, we're literally saving lives every day, because we can't screw up. We can't. There's no margin for error.
Connie?
So I grew up in a military family, and my dad was like my hero. I lost my dad like 6 years ago, and my dad had ethics and honor and integrity and grit. And growing up, I was pretty mouthy, which anyone that knows me, it's not a big surprise. And I just remember my dad and I having these conversations, and my dad's like, you can be whatever you want to be, and you know, your grit and your tenacity, I have a younger brother and sister, like I worry about them, I've never worried about you because you figure it out. And so to me, that grit and tenacity, you know, going beyond things that you think you would never do, and pushing yourself to do those things, because it's so important for you to grow in your career, whether you want to go up, go to a different area, you have to have that. And it's paid off for me very, very well. And so I'm just really lucky that I had an amazing father that was such a huge role model for me.
That's great. Angela, want to close it out for us?
Sure. I have 2 points. One, always be honest in your self-assessing. When something did go the way it should have or didn't go, be super honest with yourself, because you're only helping yourself. My second comment is build your village. Know who your allies are. Bring them with you everywhere you go. That is the person you can text at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's the one you can celebrate your wins with. They'll cry with you when it's not been a great day. But build your village, because over the span of your lifetime, your professional career, even your personal life, those are the people that no matter what, no matter when, they will be there to support you, and be the same to them that you are expecting them to be to you. That's all I have.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks to our audience. It was a great discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, panelists. You're very welcome. Again, just great stories. Really appreciate everyone for sharing and just being so honest and open about your stories. So we're going to take another 10-minute break. Then we have another 40-minute panel, Shaping Tomorrow, Defining the Future of Security. So we'll just get people mic'd up. We'll turn this around and grab a quick beverage. And then our last panel will be an hour-long deep dive that I will be moderating and really talking about specific events, security, for when I managed some Super Bowl events, and then some things we've done with the president as well. So that should be a sort of nice way to wrap it up, and we'll have a little happy hour and some cocktails in the afternoon. So again, about 10 minutes, we'll start the next panel. Thank you so much.
If we have more time, we can live forever.
Thank you again, everyone. So our next panel is Shaping Tomorrow, Defining the Future of Security. This session will explore the critical role that women play in shaping the future of security with an ever-shifting landscape across technology, live events, and evolving threats. Staying ahead of the curve is critical. Learn how today's leaders are paving a way for the next generation of women in security, ensuring a diverse and dynamic future. Please welcome back to the stage Tia Hopkins, Chief Cyber Resilience Officer and Field CTO at eCentire.
All right, I am so excited for this. I do think defining the future is really important because we're having a lot of conversations on what to think about getting more women into the industry and how can they break into the industry, what should they consider when wanting to come to the industry, but what's in it for them when they get here and what do they have to look forward to. So we're gonna get into that a bit. But first, before we define the future of security, I think it's important to define security, at least through the lenses of our panelists that are up here, because it's such a broad term. We could mean physical security, cybersecurity, and then there's layers underneath all of those. So we're gonna just go down the line here and allow our panelists to introduce themselves and tell us what their current focus is in this broad world of security. And we'll start with you, Dr. Stephanie.
Thank you, Tia. So welcome, everyone. My name is Dr. Stephanie Carter. I have been in the field of security for about 30 years now, and I know I look amazingly young, so thank you for the compliment. So I started out in the U.S. Army, where for about 10 years, I worked in ComSec, which is like encryption used in military. And the last 10 years, I was with risk management frameworks, so managing risk in the environment. And when I retired in 2013, then I went over to doing cloud services, helping cloud service providers secure their systems. So in the different types of positions that I have held, I have been an engineer, I've been a consultant, I have been an information security manager, information security officer. So just like Tia said, there are a lot of layers under cybersecurity. I would be known as a cybersecurity professional, but in the realm of security as a whole, security is an industry that really focuses on physical security, data loss prevention. So cybersecurity, which we'll talk about later, is not an industry at all. It falls under computer science. So in my field, then I have been in that realm mostly with risk management and securing information systems.
Awesome, thank you. Stacy.
Hi everybody, my name is Stacy Champagne. I have been in security for about 10 years now. I've had a variety of roles focused on insider risk management, incident response, and cybersecurity, program management, and strategy. What I really love to champion in this industry is the holistic approach to detection and response of threats. In that, we simply cannot do this within our own silos. We certainly need to reach across the aisle, the cubicle, and work together across all of our domains and disciplines within security and within our greater corporations, with legal, with HR, with our physical security teams. And certainly we need to be working with the very people who we are charged to defend and protect and secure our employees, our customers, and whatnot. Beyond that, many people know me as the founder and CEO of Hacker and Heels. It is a purpose-built, purpose-driven company that focuses on helping women in cybersecurity get paid, get promoted, and get recognized for the impact and the value that they bring to cybersecurity positions. I'm sure everybody in this room will agree with me that we need more women in positions of power within cybersecurity, within the broader security community. And so as I, first and foremost lead as an example, as an active practitioner in the field, I also am very committed to lifting other women up as I rise too.
That's amazing. Snaps. Artie.
Yes, firstly, my love for my international background, Jambo, Namaste, Bonjour, Konnichiwa, and greetings in all the different languages we have in the house today. As mentioned, my name is Arti, and I have two focus areas. First and foremost is my purpose, and my purpose is to be that voice for underrepresented groups in STEM and in leadership. And what I've done over the years since moving to Canada and being in this industry is I founded Stand Out to Lead, which helps and empowers women to join boards, especially women in cybersecurity to join boards, because we need more women on corporate boards. There is a gap today. The second thing that I've focused on is around within organizations to help increase the gender diversity gap. And therefore I formed She, Sharing Her Empowerment, which is an employee resource groups in the startups I've worked at, to not only just have a group of women together, but to actually influence change through this employee resource group, to actually go to the boards and actually have that level of discussions around what's happening within the organization so that we can increase gender diversity. And thirdly, what gets me paid is my full-time job. I am a cybersecurity professional in sales. So you heard from Connie about women in sales, cybersecurity sales. And that's what I do. And a lot of individuals don't understand what is that. Is it, you have to have the gift of the gab, or do you have to be the extrovert? You heard from Bonnie, you heard from Tia about, we're introverts. And of course, being in sales is not about being that extrovert. And we'll talk a little bit more about how, this is important and the soft skills that are important in cybersecurity sales. So what I do is listen, communicate, understand customers, what their problems are, what their challenges are, and then together, work together with our customers to solve some of the challenges they're experiencing today. So that's a little bit about my focus areas.
I am excited, and we haven't even really gotten into the questions yet. Nicole.
Nicole Baratovich, I'm a senior manager at Amazon, and my area of focus in the security space is a little bit unique, as I don't have a background in security and I'm newer to the space. My career has been focused in the nonprofit sector around strategic partnerships and organizational leadership, where I really learned the importance of a culture and how setting a positive and intentional culture can really not only allow employees to thrive, and it's the right thing to do, but it's also good for business. So when I decided to join Amazon and the security organization, it was definitely a point of reflection, leaving the nonprofit sector. And what I ultimately found was that the security industry has that same similarity to mission-driven work. Our priority on life safety, on our people, was really inspiring for me to be able to, continue to live my values in joining Amazon's security organization. So I'm currently on the leadership team for one of our security functions, and I head up our culture and wellness. So by providing proactive mental health and well-being resources to our team of crisis management experts and risk mitigation, we're really helping to boost that resiliency and making sure that as they are helping to take care of people in a time of need, that they're taking care of themselves. And I've been really grateful to see that there is this understanding that having those diverse perspectives, and we've talked a lot about that here today, and because I am new to the security industry and can bring this different perspective, how much stronger that makes our response to security threats. So it's been a little bit grateful to do that work and bring that area of focus.
It's fantastic, and it's important work. Thank you. All right, Mackenzie, bring us home.
All right, bringing us home. Hello, everyone. Mackenzie Phillips. I started in security, physical security, 15 years ago. Boy, was my vision of security very, very narrow at that time, and I now currently lead as a senior manager for security and loss prevention for Amazon. This role really wears a variety of hats. I think in talking to a lot of the leaders here, we wear a lot of those same hats. Our passion and our goal is really to safeguard the business, right? And the business, what that consists of is our people, our infrastructure, our data, our customers, our assets, and our brand, right? So my team is responsible for safeguarding the business. We lead complex investigations, a variety of MOs in this ever-changing, evolving security space that we're in. Creates a lot of challenges along the way. So we try to look around those corners and look ahead of how can we educate and develop our leaders so that we're ready for what we haven't experienced yet. So
You heard Gilad talk about it earlier around getting those certification programs out there and educating our teams around risk mitigation and how can we be better enablers to the business, because we're at a point now where we are getting that seat at the table way ahead of any risk or event to respond to. So again, when I started in physical security, it was very much just response, and now it is very strategic in our approach. And we get that seat at the table when there's a new idea or initiative. We want to make things more rewarding for our customers. We're talking about that early so we can mitigate that risk up front. And then if we encounter any security incidents along the way, we have those strategies and mechanisms to react and respond efficiently, and we have resiliency around that.
I love that. And you mentioned something that is a perfect segue into my next question, the rapidly evolving landscape. It's like the goalpost is constantly moving. So one thing I say to folks that are interested in joining this industry is you will never be without what to do, trust me. So just getting into where the industry has been and changes that we've seen over time, I'm going to start with you, Arti. Give us your perspective on how the security industry has evolved from the start of your career till now.
Absolutely. So I joined this industry in 2004, and like many stories you've heard, it was by accident as a new immigrant. I came here, was looking for a job, and got into this industry. 2004, as a cybersecurity sales professional, the threat landscape was different. It was, for me, it was selling antivirus solutions, and then grew to anti-spam, and then, some basic firewalls. So what I saw initially when I joined the industry was it was very task-focused based on individuals who were hired. My role was very specific, what I needed to do. It was very simple, it was basic. Of course, over the years, things have changed. We've seen the threat landscape grow and evolve. We've seen the attackers' motivation has changed. We've seen today in cybersecurity, it's now in the news. We've also seen that boards are talking about it compared to before. It was all focused within the IT teams. But I'm going to talk a little bit in terms of what I've seen evolved in my space in cybersecurity sales. And we've talked about this before, you've heard from the panelists and from the keynote speakers. I was the only sales professional in the organization, in my team, basically. And for a long time, like in my first year when I was the one putting my hand up and applied for the next level in my career in sales and didn't get it because I failed the personality test. And back then, the way the recruitment was, it was, again, task-based. You need to have these criterias, and this is what it is. Comparing it to where today is, it's complicated. We all have to work together. And that's what we're seeing, a huge change. It's no longer about these are the only qualifications. It's about the soft skills. That concept of you have to be an extrovert in order to be successful in cybersecurity sales is not true, because in my first year when I didn't get that job because I was an introvert, I needed to prove that actually there's a lot more to it. There's these soft skills, the communication. We have 2 ears, 1 mouth. So, or what women have been bringing, women in sales and just women in general in this industry, what we've been bringing that has changed this industry, empathy, for example, emotional intelligence that we've brought from a leadership perspective. So I've seen a huge, like from where it was before to where it is today, and how the industry has changed, that it's now no longer just about you need these technical requirements. So I've seen a shift, and we've increased the pipeline, or we're starting to increase the pipeline now because of all the advancement and work that women have done. Even in my own specific role, leaders had tried to see what is it that Arti is bringing to the organization. It was all about the soft skills. It wasn't about these are all the certifications she had, because I was learning that on the roll when I joined this industry. So seeing that shift and that change that has evolved, where I do see the opportunity that needs to accelerate is, of course, the retention and advancement of women. And that's something that all of us here have been working towards, and seeing that, eventually we just need to accelerate that change. So I've seen a huge change. There have been barriers to entry. Those have been broken down a little bit by many of us here. And, if you see the attackers, they have no boundaries. They have no barriers at all. Anyone can join the attacker space. And that's where we just need to continue to that momentum to make sure we're breaking down these barriers so that more people can join.
Absolutely. You made a lot of great points in there. A couple ones I took away were attackers are like honey badger, don't care. The bigger one, though, you didn't state this deliberately, but I think it's really important. You said, I failed the personality test because I'm an introvert. And your response to that wasn't to go figure out how to be more extroverted. It was to prove that, no, you're wrong. I can do this as I am. So find a lane that works for you or create your own, right? I love that. Mackenzie, what about you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, I would echo a lot of what Artie shared, but I think it really goes back to that very reactive way of response in handling security incidents and moving towards a more proactive approach. Our access to intelligence, our access to technology, we've really evolved in a way where we can understand and identify risks before we encounter them, which is great. And then you can build strategy around that in ways to respond or potentially prevent it from even happening. So that's been really great to see, I think, over time, is just having access to tools, having access to information, intelligence to be more effective, quicker, right, in our response, more effective in our response. I also think, too, it really is around enabling our business to be effective, enabling our business to be successful. I think when we think of security, when I first started, it was, well, security doesn't really marry well with convenience, right? And that doesn't always have to be the case, right? You can work with your business partners and walk through, okay, if we have this program, this project, how can we make it so it's effective for the business? Because at the end of the day, we support the business. We want them to be successful. We want to provide them with those strategies to be effective. So it's getting that seat at the table, talking that out, and the diverse perspectives. Again, I had a very narrow vision in the beginning. I had to grow over time as well, like many of you have, but I have to go to that table too, not by myself. I have to bring my experts along with me, right? So as I grow with the company, I'm lifting other leaders up with me along the way, and they have so much knowledge, expertise, and their background, their experience ties very closely to what we need to do for our customers too. So you have to bring them along with you, and I think the diverse perspectives is what we need at that table to make the most effective solutions and decisions for the business. And I have to take this two-part too, it's just the involvement of women in this space too. I've seen the growth over time. I look at this room and I'm blessed to be in here, right? I think it's great to see the amount of women who are either in the role or considering the role. But I think just the overall value of women, when you bring them into the discussion, it's, wow, I didn't think about that, right? Or, without her here, we could have missed this massive, incident from happening too. So I think it's just about the evolving space of women too. It's just bringing them into the conversation, which has been great to see. Because again, as we talk about shaping tomorrow and the future, we are part of that, right? And we need to stand in that, and that's our power to be in that future. So I want to make sure that's noted as well.
Yeah, 1,000%. And I mean, part of the challenge with that evolution is just, as you said, we're able to do more, see more, be faster, more proactive than reactive due to advancements in technology. But the challenge and the reason we're in this perpetual game of cat and mouse is because the adversaries have access to those same things, right? Yeah. Dr. Stephanie, what's your perspective?
So as mentioned before, my profession is, I would be considered a cybersecurity professional. So in the realm of security, women as a whole, then we have made strides. So putting different programs in place that deals with sexual harassment, discrimination, these things have propelled us to a certain point. However, in the realm of cybersecurity, so way back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, cybersecurity was known as information assurance. And so then that wasn't sexy enough, so then we had to come up with something else. And so then we moved on to information security. And so then that became old, and then we went into cybersecurity. So the reason that I mentioned that is because when you are trying to establish your career in security, whether it is physical security or cybersecurity, then you can't establish that career based on what is sexy. You have to have passion, you have to have drive, you have to have resiliency, because those are the things that's going to keep you there when you face the challenges that are still present today. So some of those challenges that are across all industries. So I've been in the US Army, I've been in federal agencies, I've been in civilian organizations, and the challenges are not different. So some of those challenges are respect, it is pay, of course, it is recognition. And so then when you have these challenges, then you have to decide, what am I going to do about the challenge? But if the challenge is too much for me and I'm not trying to hear it, then I'm gone. But if I'm one of those trendsetters, one of those changers, then I'm needed, because the person to my left or my right who is not as strong as I, they won't be able to handle the things that I can make change for. So then when you package what we have done from 1994, when I came into the field, up until now, we have this thing called D&I, diversity. But diversity is not a thing that you do. You don't take a minority and put them on a team, or take a male, put them on a team, or take all of these different types of things that we call diversity, because diversity is not a thing, it's a mindset. So if we have this diverse team up here, but when we go into the room, I'm being dismissed, I'm not given the credit for the things that I'm doing, are we really diverse? Or are we just saying we are? Or we look like we are? So then when we adopt the diversity mindset, then as the presentation this morning, like, we consider each other. We focus on the ideas that everybody brings to the table. And so as far as women in general, women are mothers. They get stuff done. You don't complain. You just do it. So when you want the seat at the table, then do not bring the baggage from 76, 86, 96. You're going to have to change your perspective. You're going to have to become diverse in your mind so that you can move forward. So in our strides that we have made, then we don't want to keep stifling ourselves, keep being on the hamster wheel, because in our mindsets, we have not moved forward. We only move forward in the way that we look.
And look, if I had a handheld mic, I'd drop it for you. So let's move into the future a bit. And I'll start with Stacy. What are your thoughts on where we're headed in the security industry, and what advice would you give to those looking to enter the industry or move their careers forward?
Absolutely. So 2 key observations and thoughts and points I want to make. And the first one is, I think as an industry, we are going to continue to see the lines blur between physical security and our digital or cybersecurity. I think that over time, we are now becoming to realize that, hey, we don't operate solely in one world or the other as we go about our days and our lives, that we actually traverse them frequently, regularly, minute by minute. And so there is a host of information and a host of talent and a host of skill and thought and consideration that needs to be made when you think about people and securing people as they move across those realms, I guess we could almost call it, right? And so, one of the biggest challenges I had as an insider risk manager, I've built out insider risk programs at Fortune 100 companies, is being someone who sat in cybersecurity technically, but required the partnership and support and the information and the skills of people in other parts of the company, and especially in our physical and corporate security teams, to be able to effectively paint the picture of what's going on in this situation, right? And so I'm hopeful that I think we're going to start to, and we already are seeing organizations recognize that when it comes to tackling security of information systems, assets, processes, people, that we have to have a whole team approach, and we have to certainly break down the expectation or stereotype of cybersecurity practitioners, hiding out in the basement in their dimly lit rooms with their, with 500 monitors and screens and whatnot, right? And so I think that's going to be, we're going to continue to see that shift, and I'm really excited for that. I mean, I think we also see that too with Amazon and with your role there in putting such an emphasis on mental health and wellness and seeing the value add of that as part of a security strategy. The other place where I think we're headed and a little bit of a concern that I have is with AI. And I might have missed it somewhere, but I can't believe how far we've gotten in conversations today without AI being brought up, because I think this is the first time it's being mentioned. So with AI, I have a little bit of concern that we're going to end up in a situation that might be a little costly, a little harmful, that's going to potentially do us a disservice before we get to a point where we are effectively using AI. And that's because right now we've got this perfect storm of the AI hype over the technology itself. We've got people who are rushing to implement it without fully understanding the technology. And we've got these marketers that are just promising it to be the end-all, be-all, giver of all of our hopes and dreams, right? And I think that's going to lead to, an over-reliance in the technology before it's ready to be something that we should be, putting all of our cards on, right? And so, I think that this moment is so ripe for women specifically to lean into AI and to learn about the technology and to build their understanding of how it works and how to partner with it, because I don't think, AI is not going to replace our jobs anytime soon, but we certainly need to know how to be able to use it. And especially as a small business owner, I know the benefits firsthand of being able to use and leverage AI. But as a security professional, I can also see the risks and I can see the harm, right? And so I think that women specifically, when it comes to appropriate ethical use of AI and leveraging AI in our security roles, we uniquely and innately know the questions to be asking. We have that ability to connect the dots when something is served up to us, to not just take it at face value, but to consider all the alternatives, consider the bigger picture, and to use that to provide that healthy dose of skepticism when working with AI and working with these technologies. And that's because of how we're conditioned to operate in the world, right? We have to move about the world in such a way because, unfortunately, of the risks that are uniquely poised against us. And so as a piece of advice to women in security and growing their careers, again, just lean into that. And I think that because of our innate and unique skills and experiences as women, we could be leaders in AI security.
1,000%. You made a lot of good points there. And one of the things that concerns me about AI is that we're starting to not use it the way AI is intended, right? Artificial intelligence it's artificial. It learns from us. But you think about the reliance on ChatGPT and how smart it is and tells us everything we need to know. I'm concerned that we're going to flip-flop and start to learn more from it than we should.
And I just want to add too that, we're already seeing the AI made me do it is not a defense. And so we have to, again, really understand how it's drawing the conclusions that it's making, and it's specifically what I'm referring to is a hiring scenario of a company who used a technology platform for sourcing candidates, and it had an algorithm that put certain people forward, and as such, someone said, hey, for some reason I'm not making it up to the top of the pile despite being very well qualified for it. And through the research and through the case and the investigation, they found it was the AI being biased against them. And the court in that particular case ruled with the employee, saying the employer the employer can't put it on the technology for that having to have happened. And so I think we're gonna see more of that, and need to be really, really cautious there.
Yeah, no doubt. Nicole.
I would say that we're really seeing a recognition that the security industry is an integral partner to enabling business, ensuring that our people, that our assets, that our resources, and our reputations are protected is critical to business success. And so because of that, we're seeing security have a larger seat at the table as an industry, and a bigger voice. And as we're leaning into that, I think we're seeing that other trend of, in order to do that, we need to have that diversity of thought. So much of what we've spoken about here, making sure that all of that we've got women at the table, that we've got other underrepresented groups having a seat at the table to provide those different perspectives and also skill sets. As I am newer to the security space, but have brought a sense of well-being, which I have seen is ultimately strengthening the security space and the way that we can respond at Amazon to critical incidents worldwide. I think also, again, having women having a seat at the table, what we're ultimately going to see is a strength in their response, because security threats pose significant and unique threats toward women. So it's really important that they have that seat at that table, that they are in positions of leadership to help solve these complex problems. So I think that those are a few things that we're really seeing in the industry, and as part of that, I would say I've been really, excited to see the industry embracing women and being good allyship. I'm seeing, not only the desire but the action to better understand what it means to be a good ally. We at Amazon are really fortunate to have a few leadership programs. So we support our women going through leadership programs where we talk about what are the challenges that we face as females in just leadership positions as a whole, but also in the security space. And how do we overcome that? And it's really amazing because we're also doing that in a space where they can build that community, where they can partner with other women and have those friends that they can take along the way. And we do see that when women are in positions of power, they're bringing more along. And I think that that's what we're seeing. We're seeing this momentum, sitting in this room with so many incredible women, sharing the stage with so many inspiring people. It's just, I think we're seeing that momentum, and we want to continue to ride that wave. So I would say those are a few of the trends that we're seeing. And again, in the allyship space, we've also got programs dedicated to our men to share those challenges and talk about ways that they can be better supportive to women. So it really is a collective opportunity where women don't need men to fix our problems, but we ultimately need to have that seat at the table so we can be our authentic selves in setting the destiny and the career and the life that we want to have. And a few pieces of advice that I would share for anyone who's interested in getting into the security space, or maybe newer, into it. I would say, first and foremost, the security industry is for everyone. I am a testament to that, not having necessarily that security expertise, but being able to bring value that I think strengthens it, because that diversity of perspective, we can come together in making sure that we're addressing all of those holistic responses. We need people with those different backgrounds in finance, in communications, in leadership, in marketing. We need all of that because the challenges that are facing our world are far more interconnected, far more complex, and volatile, and we need to make sure that we're looking at it from that holistic perspective. And so having women, having our underrepresented groups, having those different skill sets is ultimately that strength that's going to get us through to the next piece. So I would say, the security industry is one where it is for everyone, and continue to lean into that. I would also say, just for advice for anyone, is really focus on building relationships. relationships are the foundation of business. And as you can have those in a way that is authentic to you, but open and vulnerable, and we can create that connection, that's going to lead to authentic senses and organic support that could lead to mentoring or sponsorship that can help women on our careers and our leadership journey. And I would say, so invest in those relationships early, often, and really never stop. And then finally, I would say, it's coming through in some of the keynotes today, get really clear on what matters to you. Understanding your core values can really help to anchor you in your decisions. Mine personally, courage and compassion, and that has been something that has stuck with me as I've entered into the security industry, as I've continued on my leadership path. And I would say for anyone really who wants to grow and have a positive impact in the world, security is an incredible place where that can happen because we are enabling business and advising on the way that and how work gets done. We can have that positive influence that I think we all need to see in the world. So I would say that, the security industry has a bright future ahead, and I'm excited to be a part of it and to see so many incredible women and men and leaders here supporting that journey.
That's awesome. You and Stacy touched on a couple points that I want to double click on as we kind of wrap up and get into your final thoughts, and it's emerging technologies and transferable skills. So from the emerging technologies perspective, I think part of the challenge we have in security industry, and I'm speaking from my experience specifically in cybersecurity, is we're doing what I like to call leveraging medieval approaches to solve modern problems. Translation, we're continuing to do things the way we've always done them. And diversity of thought breaks that up, right? Because new leaders coming in, fresh minds coming in, have seen different things, have seen different challenges, and come up with different ways to solve problems. So think about AI, think about quantum computing and what we're going to be facing when that gets here, or cryptocurrency, all the things that haven't been around forever that we'll be struggling to find solutions for, I think are all ripe for, like as Stacy mentioned, opportunities for women to really get in and leave a mark. Transferable skills perspective, don't believe the hype. You don't have to be super technical to get into this industry, right? If you love to research, know that we can't really do much in the security industry without intelligence, right? And so, and if you're a teacher, we need training, security awareness training, all the things. And so I want to just give our panelists like a minute, 30 seconds to a minute to give a final thought, and we'll wrap up.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk real fast. I got 2 points. Ladies, stop getting 1,000 degrees and 1,000 certifications to put on your resume. Find what your niche is and focus on that. Be very strategic about the certifications that you get. One, because you have to pay money to keep them up. So then you don't want to be wasting your money. And then the last thing is, we talk about having the tough conversations, women versus men, but we need to start having the tough conversations of women versus women. So sometimes in the field, we are our biggest downfall, not the men. And so we want to have those tough conversations. So for example, myself, I'm usually the only Black person in the room. I'm usually the only Black woman in the room, and I'm usually the highest credentialed person in the room, and the youngest. So then that makes me have to work 5 times harder than you. But why can't we talk about that? Every woman in security does not have the same challenges, and we have to be able to have those conversations. Yep, that's mine.
Love it.
There's a statistic for women in cybersecurity and technology that says that women leave the industry, almost half of all women leave this industry at about their 10-year mark or around age 35. And I can say, sitting up here today, that I was almost part of that statistic because it took me 10 years and a host of challenges, we'll call them, that to navigate and work through to finally find a place where I feel safe and supported and valued and acknowledged for my input and my ideas. And so I share that in the hopes that for anybody who's going through it right now, in the trenches of their security career, that there is a place for you. You'll find it. And know that, in those moments too, that if you're trying, 10, 20 different ways, techniques or whatnot, and it's just not working, it's probably not you. It's probably where you are. So pull up your roots and go to better soil.
I would like to say, be that voice. We need more voices in this industry to accelerate change. And don't change who you are. As I mentioned earlier on, I wasn't the extrovert, and I wasn't going to change who I was. This is who I am, and you hire me for what I'm bringing to the table. So don't go and change yourself, because there's always a space for each and every one of us here. No matter what your background is, no matter what your expertise are, no matter whether you're introvert or extrovert, don't change who you are. Remain authentic, because you'll be told many times. I've been told in my career, you need to speak up more. You need to do all this more. You'll be told so many things. The reason why you didn't get a promotion was that extrovert. You're not that person. And just keep fighting and be that voice. And by being that voice, you are not only changing it for yourself, but you're changing it for all those others. Knowing in my position, so many other women started joining this cybersecurity sales role. Today, 50% of my team are women. So don't change who you are, be that voice, and join us.
Yeah, love that.
Yes, plus one to that for sure. I would say, you belong here. Speaking about transferable skills, we need all of that diversity of thought. And I would say a huge investment that will never fail is in emotional intelligence. Sometimes referred to as the softer skills, but sometimes I like to think of it as more dynamic skills, because softer doesn't mean weaker. It is courageous to better understand how you operate in the world and how that can just facilitate better conversation and dialogue and advancement in this industry and in any other industry. And so I think, really recognizing that this is a place where you can have a positive impact on your peers, on your colleagues, on your families, on your communities, and ultimately the world, and doing so in a way that aligns with those values is something that I've been really excited to see, and I think that we're continuing to head that way.
Absolutely. I'll say, this is an industry that's very fast-paced. I would encourage everyone to just stay in tune with yourself too. When I reflect on my journey, I often think about those moments that were getting too comfortable in the box, right? And just ensuring that I was having those check-ins with myself and helping myself grow and develop along the way. And I think too, just knowing you need a network as well, whether that's within your company or even outside of your company. I am so inspired by women around me, and I want to be an inspiration for women as well. So I think that we have to build our networks, right? And then also have those mentors, those allies, those sponsors, and those advocates who you can call and say, hey, remember I set that goal? I didn't meet it. So the next one, I'm gonna need you to hold me accountable, right? So just making sure that you stay in tune with yourself as well, and just keep building this future that we are building, with women in security by supporting each other and celebrating our success. And also, failure's kind of fun too at times, so we can celebrate failure as well.
Oh, yeah.
So don't fear it. Sometimes you gotta take the risk.
Yeah, I love that. This has been amazing. I gotta say, the world would be in so much trouble, well, more trouble than it's already in with me, if I had had access to something like this when I was early in my career. So thank you so much for being here and sharing your insights with all of us. Let's give our panelists a hand.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tia. Thank you so much. Thank you, our panelists. We'll do another quick break, and then we're going to come back and we'll do our live event panel and talk about some experiences we've had working on some high-level events. Welcome back. Thank you, everybody. This has been an amazing day. Let's just quickly, round of applause for everyone. This has been inspiring on so many levels. Every time I step out of the room, somebody pulls me aside and says, oh my gosh, this has just been like what I've learned today, the things I've heard. This is my story. I've heard people say, like, if only I could have known this or that sort of thing. So I want to open it up. We're here to talk about live events. This is my world now. Thanks for allowing us into your world for a while. I know some of you have some experience in this world, but just want to hear everything from personal security, physical security, cybersecurity. We'll touch on all of it a little bit, but more focused on live events, whether they're virtual, in person, or some sort of hybrid. I'm going to kick this off. We'll start down at the end with Michael. I would like you to just introduce yourself, your title, and I want you to think I've just come up with this while we've been doing this all day. What would you tell? I have 10-year-old twins. I'm going to relate to them a lot because that's my world. Boy and a girl. I want both of them to watch this and realize where we need to be going at this age, where they're at now, right? So if you could look back at your 10-year-old self, knowing what you know now, what would you say? So name, your position or company you're with, and then what would you tell your 10-year-old self? Michael, kick it off.
You could have at least warned me about this question. I'm Michael Gibbs. I am principal of Global Insights and Professional Security, which is a consulting firm. I'm probably better known for having worked for a long time for ASIS, first as an editor for the magazine, then as a creator of the CSO Center, and then as the department that created the Women in Security group for ASIS. But I do not take personal credit because there was a woman who worked for me who drove it, so she deserves the credit. And then I was Chief Global Knowledge and Learning Officer and Chief Security Officer for ASIS. And I'm glad I finally broke the glass ceiling for bald, middle-aged men in security. So, so thank you. For my 10-year-old self, first of all, I was concerned with playing on the Mets. So boys mature much later than girls. I don't think I was thinking in those terms, but for my 10-year-old self, I'd probably say you don't have to specialize in anything if you're a good generalist. And I was good, not great in a lot of things. And you don't have to be pigeonholed into a small career. You can do different things. And I do that now. I have a lot of different careers, security, I'm an attorney, and a couple other things. And you can make your own way. I've heard a lot of inspirational stories about women on the stage who, were knocked down and got back up again, or didn't listen to naysayers. So the same goes for anybody. You can, if you put your mind to it, you don't have to be pigeonholed. You can do a lot of different things.
I love it. I love it. My daughter is very focused. Knows her. She's amazing at sports. My son's trying everything. We're doing softball. We're doing tennis next week. We did soccer last week. He's in coding camp this week. He's just all over, and I love it. I love that. I remember being at that age, and the same sort of thing. How can you be more versatile? And that's only going to help us all in our grown-up selves, yes. Right? So, kick it over to Danielle.
I'm Danielle Weddepole. I'm the Executive Director of Safety and Emergency Management at a college called Sheridan College in the GTA near Toronto. And I love what you said, because I think as you move along in your career, you finally have the confidence to be a generalist. You go through a period of time where you think, I need to know all of this, I need to be a specialist. But no, you know what? You need good people. You need a good team, a supportive network, friends to ask those questions that keep you up at night. So I've been very lucky that way to finally kind of grow into my generalist self, which I'm actually very proud of. And if I was to give advice to my 10-year-old self, it would be, keep thinking spies are cool. Watch those James Bond movies, right? Because I came into this industry in the intelligence realm. I always thought it was just so cool to learn about all the sagas of various spies throughout history. Want to jump right into that fire truck, right? On those days what they have in your community when the fire truck's there. Get into that fire truck, learn what emergency responders do, right? And say hello to a police officer. Ask a security guard how their day is going. So I really try to encourage that even with my own children. When they see people within the security industry, whether it's at an event, saying hello at a baseball game to the security guard, or as I said, climbing into that fire truck, it's again that curiosity that we never want to move away from.
I love it. I love it. Karen.
So my name is Karen Gospansky. I'm a cybersecurity and privacy officer for Millennium Healthcare, a doctor-led organization. I'm a pioneer in cybersecurity. I actually started my career in technology. So I've been an engineer, an architect, an analyst. I've done everything from forensics to any type of incident response, building programs. And what I would tell myself at 10 years old would be, get comfortable being outside of your comfort zone. Because I can tell you, when I was young, I was always uncomfortable. Yeah, you know, I don't know about anybody else, but I was. It was like trying to learn things, right? And it was uncomfortable. And it's okay. And it's a very comfortable place that you need to learn from and grow and stay uncomfortable.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Mindy, let's hear from you.
Hi, I'm Mindy Pretzman. I have 27 years of experience in the security industry. As I mentioned earlier in a speech, I started out as a security guard, and then as a police officer, and then Secret Service agent. Retired 21 years after an honorable service in the Secret Service. My role now is, as I see it, is to take that 27 years of experience through being a security guard, police officer, and Secret Service agent, and taking those observations, looking at what's happening in the world today, not only nationally but globally, and trying to share that perspective to see how we can do better. How can we make this world, this nation safer? What can we do? And as we see the security industry grow, it was interesting, Dr. Stephanie mentioned how the IT industry had so many different names. I think what's interesting is we have so many different facets of the security industry, and we do need to work together. And we heard that on the last panel, a lot of great points there. I would like to share some perspective about how I think we can do that from the physical security side, which we haven't really talked about. I think we talk about physical security kind of in the background. It's just there in the background. It's not really the sole topic. So I think this is a great forum to be able to provide some of that insight.
I love it.
Yeah.
Something you want to tell your 10-year-old self?
I would say get back in that wrestling match, right? Setting small goals has worked for me, and you know, probably would have been great to learn that a little sooner in life. But you know, at 10 years old, you're just playing, exploring, and trying out new things, trying to find out what you're good at, and learning those lessons. So
I love it. All right, last but not least, Andrea.
Hi, my name is Andrea Chetas, and I have 20 plus years in the security safety spectrum. So I started late in life at 32 after having my second child. There was a campaign, diversity campaign, hiring women for law enforcement, and I'd always wanted to do that. Grew up watching all the detective shows, and I was I had like he was like maybe 2 months old when I first saw this campaign, and I was like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna try it out. And it took me a year. I had to get into physical shape and whatnot by the time I passed and actually got onto the police force. And that was like 2006, 2007. And back then it was a force. And while I was on the force, it transitioned into a service. And that was a really, that's where I belonged. I joined a force and stayed in a service for 10 years. I eventually did leave. I didn't retire from law enforcement, but I did do 10 years there, which we'll talk about some of the great event experiences that I got to get involved in. But that ended up, that's where my career has gone now, is I've actually propelled into more corporate. I work at a fintech, it's Canadian. It's called Wealthsimple. I'm the senior manager of corporate security there. So I have oversight over everything from the physical to the internal threats, the whole gamut. And it's great, I love it, it's very exciting. And my 10-year-old self, I would say, I know they're always telling you to talk less in the classroom, but be proud of yourself that you're that you're a talker and that you like to learn from people and that you're always asking questions, because it's what really has, at the end of the day, served me up until now. 51.
And still now. Yeah.
Still now.
I love it. I love that we're diversified too. I grew up in Canada and the US, so I got both sides. It was always amazing to have the perspective, even from the news coverage, whether it was the CBC or NPR or any of the major news networks. And when they would cover live events, I remember the first day that I stayed home from school. I don't remember how old I was. It was 81 when Reagan was shot. And that was, I think, the first time where I realized an event was an event, and it was like this thing, and it was just big, and it was incredible. And over my career, I started out in the motion picture industry and event security and motion picture industry. We would always say you're either on the other side of the pylons or you're not. And if you're not allowed to be on the other side of the pylon, you're out of there. We would deal with paparazzi. We would deal with these black vans that would come and try to listen to our radio transmissions when we were working with, Woody Harrelson or Charlize Theron. We were doing a big movie with them, and they would want to capture anything they could and use it. And so, introduced to that world pretty, in my late teens, really, I got into that industry. And now producing live events, I've had some experience working with Mike Pence, the McCain family, the Clinton family on several occasions, and as well as movie stars. Magic Johnson's one of my favorites I'll try to tell a story about. But we're going to talk about live events. So, perfect example, next week we're going to have 300,000 people or 135,000 people in downtown San Diego for Comic-Con. Like, I see people groaning in the audience. We know what it's like here, right? So, so we're going to talk about what that looks like. We're going to go through kind of 3 phases. I want this to be open to anybody that's kind of watching or listening or watches this later on. We'll talk about travel security first, so we can kind of get all in the same sort of plane. And then we'll talk about physical security, as we discussed on show site, and then cybersecurity for events as well, and what that looks like more and more, especially with AI. And you think you're on an event page and you're not, or you're getting information from an event and you're not. So travel security. My favorite thing is when I see, and I say this with my Canadian sarcasm, people posting on social media that they're heading out for a week and they're about to go to Hawaii and my home is empty and alone. And let's just start down here. What do you do when you see that? When you see your family members posting that we're away from the house, or my kids are on their own at the park, or whatever that looks like?
So I use that to my advantage. Why? Because I find myself often having to sell to high net worth, some of my clients that I have, because I have my own business, but also to my executives. I use that to my advantage because they're not always aware of what their children are posting. Mm-hmm. And so when I say you're gonna you should have a security plan for your travel, executive so-and-so, they say, no, I'll be fine. I've gone there a million times. It's all good. I'm going to Mexico. I'll be fine. Right. And then I take advantage of the fact that there's been a post by one of their children, and they're like, oh yeah, going to so-and-so. I'm going to be doing all the stuff. And I'm like, see how this is the risk. These are the risks that you wouldn't even think of because you're only thinking about what you're going to do. And you're not going to post as an executive, but you're also, the people around you are going to post. You never know what that's going to look like. So having a plan is always really important. And that I do use that to my advantage to always encourage the people I work with or work for to have a plan. You can't protect against everything in travel, but have a plan. Be mindful of what you're wearing, like how you're promoting your company, if you're wearing merch, right?
Yeah, credentials.
Credentials.
You're at the convention center. It's got your name and your company.
Take it off after, right? Yep. Exactly. So yeah, I do use that to promote security and safety mindfulness.
All right. And I kind of want to keep this open. So if somebody has something they want to throw in, I'm not really going to hit you guys up specifically. The next thing, I sort of mentioned this to a couple of you guys. What gets your spidey sense going when you're let's pick the airport. What are you like, what's going on right there? I see this, right? Like just my own spatial awareness, if I see somebody that left a bag, even to just go throw out their bagel or something, I'm just like, that bag's by itself. I know, I see him over there still, but okay, we're good. What triggers your spidey sense?
I can start. For me, it's people always being aware of their exits, right? We've got a sign back there. There's my exit sign. Do we know where we're going in the event of a power outage, another type of emergency, if people are all rushing out of an area, if there's an active situation? And I think that can be transferred to any situation we're in life. So whether it's in your workplace, changing that safety culture in the workplace where it's starting every staff meeting, even if it's not someone leading the meeting that's a security practitioner, saying, do you know how to call for assistance? Do you know what our exit plan is? So for me, I'm always thinking whether I'm at a concert or at the airport or somewhere where there's a lot of people, even with my children, I'm saying to them, you know, you guys need to know where to go for help, first of all, but also how do you get out of this place? Like, where's the exit? So I think for me, in any big venue, especially in an airport, it's thinking through how would I get out of here if I needed to?
Perfect. Yes, Michael.
Not so much airports, but travel security policies and procedures that bother me. One big one is requirements that executives or staff fly on different flights. So you don't, obviously you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and the plane go down. How often do planes go down? Yet these same people ride in Ubers together. 1,000 times more likely to crash, be robbed or whatever. So that sort of thing. Giving people apps, with updates of the city. It's like, okay, you're good. You have an app, whatever. It's like, go check it out. It's like no briefing. It's a check the box exercise. Those two things, they don't make any sense to me. It's like, you have a duty of care to these people, and you've got to treat it seriously. They're not just valuable assets to your company, but they're human beings, right?
Yep.
And in the worst case, they get injured, they get kidnapped, and it's a public relations disaster, or you get sued, or this parade of horribles.
Right.
What's interesting is when we were bringing up the airport example and flying, when we all get on an airplane, we get seatbelted in, and then we sit there for a safety briefing. How many safety briefings do you get before big events, right? And we've seen some really tragic, mass-attended events have serious tragedies.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't know where to go because they're not looking for the exits, right? A lot of people are just blissfully happy. And we used to, in the society in America, that was an acceptable way to just go about your life. You didn't have to look so much for the exits and have a plan, but now you do. It's so much more, prevalent to have an issue like that. So it's interesting how we haven't incorporated that in our everyday mindset for your own safety and awareness, and for your family. When you go into a restaurant, are you looking for those exits? Great point. But also, are we building that safety briefing of some sort into your workplace or into any of the events that you attend?
Perfect.
It's not part of the process right now, is it?
Karen.
The one thing I would just add to it is really think about your digital footprint. So when you're going to the airport, or anywhere for that matter, you know what? My phone is dead. Why? Because I missed my plane. So do I just plug it in?
Yep.
Do I have an AC adapter? What's happening around me? Do I connect to the Wi-Fi? Is it secure? All those kinds of things too. So really thinking about your digital footprint. Should you be posting, as you mentioned earlier, on social media? But if you're, are you well prepared? So I think that's what you're speaking to. Are you well prepared around your physical security, right? Situational awareness, knowing where the exits are, paying attention to who's around you, what if they're leaving a bag, all of the things that you called out. And also, what about your tech? How are you protecting your tech? And making sure that you're protecting your technology as well.
Right.
I was going to say, too, to Mindy's point, we have patrons, and are we doing a safety briefing for them or for employees, but also for your event staff and your security staff. So if you've hired extra coverage security guards to attend the event, most of them aren't site trained for that particular site unless they're employees of the site. So it's about what do they need to know in a 10-minute brief. Let's have a muster 10 minutes before, because that's typically all you get when security guards arrive on site and the events team. And having that interoperability with the events team and the guarding team so that they can communicate. And there are failures, right? Like radios, walkie-talkies, you sometimes can't hear it over the noise. So do you have another method? Do you have an app or a WhatsApp group, text group, you name it, right? Where if one type of communication fails, you really have the ability to communicate using another method.
Absolutely. This is perfect. I wanted to go into this. You guys almost started to talk about the last thing I want to talk about, the travel side. Wi-Fi. When you see Wi-Fi provided at your local McDonald's or at the airport, free Wi-Fi. How safe are we? Should we be logging into our banking? Should we be using it at all?
In my opinion, no. You shouldn't. Just because, there is ways to secure it. And I don't want to turn this conversation into a techie conversation. Yes. But, in my opinion, you have to understand, hey, just because it says Starbucks Wi-Fi, is it really Starbucks Wi-Fi? Or is it the person sitting next to me?
Thank you.
Right?
We see that all the time at events where somebody's trying to shadow the Wi-Fi so they can capture whatever they're trying to capture.
Exactly. And the thing I would add to it, kind of pivoting a little bit to physical security, is with that, you are leaving digital footprints behind as well. So to your point, oh, you're going to the bank. What can I learn about you, right? So if you're being stalked, perhaps, right? What stores do you go to? You know, what bank? What are you Googling? Oh, you're looking for a movie or whatever it may be. So it's really paying attention to what you're doing and what information you're leaving behind.
Right. Oh, yeah. It freaks me out, but let's be aware, right? Like, it's that balance of we want to be knowledged, we want to be aware, we want to learn these things. And then the last piece about travel, so I just had, literally my neighbors had just done a trip to Yellowstone. They were camping most of the time, staying in different places, a road trip. And when they were at I think it's Mammoth Springs at the north end, so on the Montana side, they were going to stay at a hotel. Internet was down, they couldn't use credit cards, so they're like, okay, well, they would try to get online. Cell services were down, and apparently the entire southeast corner of Montana was completely out. And he said it was one of the most terrifying moments of his life because there was no way to do anything. You couldn't figure out, gas pumps wouldn't work. Like, it was, his mind quickly went to, has something happened? He works in IT, so of course he's like, did we just get a mass US, something happened nationally? But we talked about that more, and we talked about you can't rely on your mobile device or whatever. We were just at Disney World with the kids. Our kids now are going into middle school, so we embraced and gave them some smartphones so we can keep, they can communicate and whatnot. But we were like, if you lose your phone or something, where do you go, right? If we get separated in a crowd, where do you, having those physical conversations, what you need to do, and that sort of thing. So I think the next thing is we go into the real live event setup. I was an event planner for a long time as well before I got into the production side, and we always had an emergency plan. And that emergency plan was what to do in case of a fire, or in California, what to do in case of an earthquake. Exit the building, everybody get together, stand in the parking lot. That's not a security plan. Let's talk about the differences of those two things. We'll start right here again. Security plan versus an emergency, emergency plan where it's, how do you, I guess one's proactive, one's reactive, right?
Right. So keeping yourself or your family or your company secure, to your point, is you're thinking ahead, right? So there's a strategy. That's how I see it anyways. Whatever I'm planning, if I'm using the word secure, is because I'm already thinking ahead. If it's emergency, then for me, it's like something that is really unexpected, might happen, and I'm like thinking on the spot. Something's happened, I'm thinking on the spot, how do we mitigate damage, risk, who is at risk? So that's how I see the two. In my world, it's like the emergency planning is preemptive, but then once there's the security planning.
Yep.
But once there's the emergency, then that's like, that's reactive and also dynamic.
Right.
And like, you've got to be able to pivot, you've got to be able to roll with it and figure out what the answers are and work with your team and do all the things that you train ahead of time for,
Right.
because those are the times that you really need to show up.
Yep. Mindy, I want to kick this over to you. Security planning for a presidential visit. When we were working, first of all, you kind of have this idea in your mind of what it's like working with the Secret Service, but when we were working with Mike Pence is the most recent political figure I worked with, and he was giving a keynote speech. We did our pre-site visit where we had the Secret Service meet with us. We walked the path from where he would be dropped off and through the kitchen, through the back of house and out to the stage, and we looked at all the emergency exits. They were the chillest bunch of people that I've ever hung out with. They were amazing, and I gotta say that's part of the training, right? That's part of like our production team was so comfortable. We were ready to, we were like dressed to the nines. We were ready to be very proper, but they walked in with hands in their pockets. They're like, all right, let's gonna take a look at where the advanced team walked through and walked through everything. Share a little bit about what that security plan looks like when you're working with a high high-profile figure.
Right. Well, I can't speak to how the Secret Service does business, obviously trade secrets and national security. But I want to go back for a second to what we were just talking about with the fire safety versus a security plan, and share an observation that the two tend to butt heads, right? Especially right now when you see the emergence of new technology and security products, and then you have some institutions, to include some educational institutions, rushing out to get the newest product to install in their school, but they don't know it's going to conflict with the fire code, right? So that's interesting. So who do you have looking at your overall physical security plan? I think is an important thing to note. And what is the goal of the security plan? Are you protecting the building and property, or are you protecting people? So I think that you have to really identify your goals before you can really identify what strategies you're going to use and what security measures you're going to need. Maybe you're protecting both, and that's fine, but where did the people go? Where are the events? Do the people go from inside the building, outside the building? You know, and this part of what you saw, I'm not sharing anything I can't share, I'm just relating it to the public, kind of the public safety space, where you really have to be cognizant of what the rules are. You have to bring in other players, right? You have to bring in the fire chief or a representative from the fire department, because you don't know what they know, and they don't know what you know. And that's why it's so important to share information and make sure you have everybody you need, every representative is there, and you're communicating, which is a very, very fundamental part of a good security plan.
Absolutely, and I loved on some of our pre-calls, we talked about the physical security, having people in place, but then the technology, that it's a balance of the two, and how that kind of came together. Danielle, I think you spoke a little bit about that.
Yeah, totally echo what the rest of the panel has said so far. And I think one thing, yes, we butt heads, but often we need to rely on our security operatives or our campus police or other organizations to support the emergency planning, right? Whether it is with evacuations. But on another note, I really think we spend a lot of time prepping for low probability, high impact events. Sometimes we don't take enough time planning for the regular occurrences, right? You know, I always look at it as back to basics, like ABC 1, 2, 3, right? Do you have enough guarding staff? Is there alcohol served at your event? Do you have enough people to support that plan? Do you have, as you brought up, plans in place for things like missing children, medical response? Because typically security guards are the first person to respond to a medical event prior to EMS arriving, right? And they typically are trained in emergency first aid. So it's kind of some of that back to basics. And then again, with the back to basics, it's in training and changing that culture so people understand. I think, you know, we don't want to risk seeming condescending to our employees or our peers. So we assume a lot. We assume that they know how some of these operational plans will roll out. But so I think really investing in training and having just very simplified conversations with people about how things are going to roll out. But I will tell you, you know, just in planning things like large convocation ceremonies, concerts, orientation activities, political visits, typically it is those more traditional security responses that you deal with, right? Whether they're access control issues, as I brought up medicals, missing items, theft, you know. So I think we really need to make sure we also devote a lot of time to traditional, and we don't always rely on tech. It definitely is that balance between people power and technology.
I love that. I was going to kick it over to Michael and then Karen. Again, yeah, people power, manpower versus technology, and that balance. Go ahead, Michael.
Branching off from that, I feel very strongly that, you know, plans are good, planning is good, but they're useless if they're not exercised and adjusted and tweaked over time. I mean, you create a security plan. Who knows about it? The security department. And I bet they don't even know about it. Like, okay, what's our plan for a hurricane? I don't know. So what I advise clients to do, and I get this from people who are much more experienced and accomplished than I am, I work and I do a lot of events, like typical events, like that might be in a church or a synagogue or a hotel or whatever. And you run through scenarios, not necessarily the extraordinary like terrorist attacks, you know, but first aid, you know, or maybe like a homeless person comes in and won't leave, or something that's gonna happen, likely to happen, or be disruptive. You run through the scenarios with the people who are gonna be affected by them, like the people who are at the front door, the valet, the receptionist, the security guard, and then you you say, okay, what are you going to do? I'm going to pretend I'm going to be I just did this a couple of months ago. I'm going to be a homeless person who's kind of disruptive and doesn't want to leave. What are you going to do? And I'm going to play to your heartstrings or whatever. And I don't know. It's like, well, let's go. Let's play through it. Oh, I guess I'd call this guy. Okay, call him. Well, he's not there. So now what are you going to do? You're going to kick him out and he's going to complain or whatever. He's not going to move. It's like, oh, I have a kid here who's hungry and can I go into the church and there's food there? And it's like, well, there's an event going on. You got to play these things out. And you say, okay, we've done everything from that to like active shooter incidents, especially in synagogues now with the war in Israel and Gaza. Like synagogues are under attack and they'll have, wedding or bar mitzvah and like really high security. And, they've got to keep the doors locked. And so you run through, it's like, okay, someone says, oh, I'm here to make a delivery. It's like, well, how do you know? It's like, so what would you do? It's like, I don't know, I'd let them in. It's like, you're going to let them in? What if they have a weapon? So you have to go through the procedure with them. You have to get everyone who's involved. It's like, they say, oh, I'd do a lockdown. Okay, lock it down. It's like, I don't know what that means. I'll push this button. Oh, that button hasn't worked in 10 years. It's like, so you got to play through these scenarios.
Yep.
I think with those playbooks too, you're totally nailing it, right? It is that back to basics. Like, do they understand the A, B, C part? Can they repeat things back to you? And again, often security staff and event staff merge in their roles. So a ticket taker might wind up having some of the same responsibilities as someone de-escalating a particular situation. So I think it's spending that time in that kind of pre-event muster or whatever you call it, just to get everybody on the same page.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I was just going to add to that in an emergency situation, we revert to those the simple skills because we're under stress, or especially normal people not in security, who have not had to change from like an emergency situation to a calmness, which we do naturally because we've been doing it for a long time. So now we've educated, to your point, we've educated them and we've said these three things. High stress, these are the three things that you do. Push the button, don't push the button, direct people this way, and that way they're not thinking of as a regular person, that they're not having to remember a lot of steps. They're just focused on 2 or 3 that they can execute on.
Right.
And what I would say, it's going to kind of wrap up what everyone was saying, and that is be mindful of your security plan, because the plan doesn't necessarily, it can't be complex. And the reason why you want to think about that is, to your point, you need to rely on muscle memory. So the more simplified you can make the plan, then that's going to give everyone the opportunity to execute well and be accurate. And then to your point, and I was going to go there too, which is test regularly, and all levels of it. So as you called out earlier, is the technology going to work? Can I text? Can I call? Does my radios work? What if they don't? Simulate those failures as well. So my point is, keep the plan very simple, build muscle memory, and then test often.
Actually pick up, we have an emergency plan. It's in that binder over there.
Yeah, that doesn't
right,
work.
with the dust on it, right? So actually having those, and we actually had a call not too long ago with a client, and we asked what time, we do an event, so if we're traveling, we go do a big corporate or association event. We'll do something called a pre-con before, where it's really everybody from food and beverage to the booking agents to the hotel general manager to the production team gets in a room and talks through those. And so we had a new client that was like, well, why do you guys need to be there? And I'm like, we need everybody there because we all need to know what happens when, what if. But we're just going to talk through what catering looks like. Well, we should all really, and sure enough, you show up and security's there and parking attend, like all the pieces, we need to know what to do.
Troy, to your
Yes.
point too, I mean, I think one thing we also don't invest enough time in sometimes is spending time with event organizers so that they're understanding what's on the table and they're agreeing to it. Because sometimes they might have a different perspective on, for example, what VIP treatment means. Are the VIPs going through the same security as regular attendees? That could be a pitfall. They could bring a weapon in, right? So there can be a concert where there's someone's entourage coming in with 15 people that haven't been vetted. So in order to avoid sticky situations and difficult conversations the day of the event, it's way better to get the event team in some of those preemptive conversations to really spell out and get that agreement on the plan itself, because it can really prevent, as I said, sticky scenarios later on.
Yeah, that's great. Great points. I love all of this. Thank you guys so much. So next thing I want to talk about is a little bit of the communication on an event site, right? We've got a mass amount of people. Cell systems are getting overworked. Phones are, and then there's those bad players that might be putting out wrong information and that sort of thing. I shared again on the call, I was doing an event in Brussels when, if everybody remembers, the Iceland volcano erupted midway through our event with 2,000 people in a convention center, all international travelers, airspace is shut down, we don't know how long. What are some best practices about getting the message out? Do you have everybody, nowadays things go out on social media and stuff, but what is really the best way to get the message both physically to the people that are in the room with you, as well as to loved ones that maybe have no idea what's going on and those sorts of things? Let's kind of talk through this.
Well, there's a lot of parts to that. So depending on, you've got, if you're in the scenario, let's just assume you're in it. Yep. I was in Jamaica doing a training session on interviewing techniques, and we had an earthquake, a pretty serious, significant earthquake. And to your point, communications was shut down, and all these security folks, went into panic, of course, right? So I think for me, what I've learned throughout the years is the first thing is just to kind of get yourself focused and grounded, be observant of what's happening around you, make sure that the people immediately around you are calm, because it's almost like it's multi-layered, right? First you deal with what's happening inside because you didn't plan for that, obviously, and it's scary. And structurally, are we safe? Are we going outside? Are we staying inside? Is there any news about any tidal waves or anything else coming as a result of this? And again, very dynamic, happening all at the same time. And I think just dealing with the immediate, keeping people calm, and then making those big decisions, knowing that both may have a risk, right? Going outside, staying inside, there's risks in both, but just an educated decision based on your knowledge of the building, based on whatever homework you've done prior to going to this event. Hopefully you've done your homework. So I think it's just taking it step by step, and as the circle grows, then you can deal with communicating with your family if you can get there, dealing with people who are injured. So it's just all kind of, for me, situational and just taking care of what I can control in the moment.
Mm-hmm. And I love that too on our discovery call, was that you guys really do think about everything. It's everything. It is who needs a Band-Aid. It's not always the big, huge thing that's happening. That's something we got to deal with, right? That's part of the security and the security of self. In that situation, go ahead.
The fundamentals of a good security plan, a good physical security plan, include having a basic strategy, right? Having policies, standard operating procedures, and a communication plan. Because the communication plan can mean life and death, to your point that you just made. Mm-hmm. Is it a fire where everyone's going to race out of the building, or is it a situation where you're safer staying in place,
right,
and not rushing out of the building? So having that communication plan is very, very important.
That's perfect.
And what I would add to that is making sure that look at your methods of communication, right? So to your point, some technology may fail. You may have some boards that are available to you. Mm-hmm. But I think I would also make sure I included in that communication who you should expect to get the communications from, who are the authority, right? Who knows, so that way you can start dealing with making sure the data that's coming out is accurate. And then also letting people know when to expect the next communication, and then being committed and making sure each of those methods, whatever it is, that it's consistent. If you're communicating on social media and you're texting or you're making phone calls, depending on what all you're doing, make sure the message is the same, but you're disclosing who's going to give you the messages, how often you're going to get those updates, and where to go to if you have questions, because you want to calm people from panic. So that would just be the thing I would add.
And that really puts me back in touch with Michael's comment earlier about not everybody on the same plane or in the same car. So if you've got your security officer, your person that is the responsible person, having somebody else what happens if something happens to that person in an emergency, somebody else has to have the knowledge as well. Share a little bit about that, Michael, and the beliefs around that.
Yeah, that happens surprisingly often, that these teams are very lean, and it actually happened at this event. I think that there were a couple people who couldn't make it, right? And you did it wasn't a security incident, but it was last minute shifting, and you happened to have a deep bench. But it happens all the time. So cross-training and knowing roles besides your own, having backup people for all these, and this is a little bit narrow, but you run events, right? So if you're contracted by another company, you can, have insurance or contract out of the duty, but if you're running the event, you have a duty of care. So you're responsible for all these things. So you have to have policies and procedures and all these things in place for yourself. No, I'm not trying to sell you my business. I'm not going to do it.
I'm sold.
Yes, okay. So this is like a great panel to review your own policies and procedures and training. And so
fantastic.
Yeah.
It's so interesting when you talk about lean teams. We're lean right now. We're lean teams because of budgetary cuts, right?
Yes.
But it's, the issue there is that if your comms goes down, technology goes down, sometimes it is the people power you need. You need people showing people where to go. I think the other thing is we often don't spend enough time working on sheltering plans because of our reliance on, I can go next door and get a bottle of water or go get gas. But I know, even in California, right, with the fires and the roads, like mudslides, sometimes there can only be one way in, one way out. It might be better also from, just that evacuation perspective with too many vehicles on the road, sheltering people to an area. So do you have some type of a contingency of supplies and water? So I think it's really good to kind of think through those issues that could exist, as you said, if technology fails, and just having enough people to support that plan.
I think the fire department, they really got ahead of us on this one, because they had the I guess wherewithal through experience to make certain people in offices fire wardens. Mm-hmm. They're not firefighters, they're fire wardens, they're representatives, they're allies. They get trained on a regular basis on how to manage crowds should there be a fire. We should have that. I mean, it would be ideal in an office in a bank to have security wardens, meaning the folks that are trained, that are allies, believe in security, understand it. They're not professionals. They might be a teller, but they know how to support everybody should there be a bank robbery or somebody that comes in that's threatening. That person's trained to a certain extent just to protect and to guide people. Super simple. But yeah, fire really, really nailed that one, I think. We could do a better job.
That is super interesting, and you're right. The fire, we have fire codes. We don't have security codes, right? Every hotel room has that fire plan. Mm-hmm. There's a fire. You look on the back of the door. Here's your emergency exits. There is no standards on the security side, right? I think part of the problem for us domestically and even internationally is that we're trying to solve it. It's like trying to solve crime. You're never going to solve crime, right? But we're trying to get it just perfect. We're striving for perfection. And that perfection is we all have to agree 100% about gun control and all these other highly debated issues, right? Well, what if we looked at this a little bit differently and said, wait a minute, we don't have to be perfect. Let's just be great and let's make an impact, right? And how do we do that? You go back to the fundamentals. Just like you were saying, the ABCs, right? You build these plans, you create proactive, preventative plans, and you bring in people who actually have the expertise that aligns with your goal. And I think that's a huge thing missing right now in the world today, is that the medical industry has so many great standards, licensings and specialties, and they're very regimented, right? But the security industry doesn't. Right? There are some organizations that offer certifications, but just having a few initials after your name and a certification doesn't mean you have the experience to carry out a good security plan for whatever goal this company is looking for, right? So I think we have to be more intentional with who we bring in, and if you already have somebody hired and in charge of your physical security for your company or business, you can still bring someone else in that has the right expertise to help provide that security plan, and that your current employee or head security person can continue to nurture and grow that plan.
I love that. The one last couple things here while we're just about out of time. Something that you guys had brought up again on our pre-call was we see a lot of event surveys post-event, and it's rate the food and beverage, rate the experience of the hotel, rate this, rate that. But they never ask, what was your sense of security while you were in this city or at this venue or at this event? And then something that I always say, so I just really want that to be taken away for any event planners we've got watching or listening or in the room. Think about that and use that to then build your security plan for your next event. And then I want to we'll go down the line again. We'll start at this end. Just the big thing my wife and my kids have is, do you know where I am right now? So how do you take that approach so that somebody out there knows? I live in the Pacific Northwest, and we'll watch on the news that somebody went for a hike, but nobody knew where they were, right? And so they're missing for 3 days until they find them, or whatever that looks like. What do you do as far as when you're traveling, when you're even going to the grocery store, to give somebody that sense of security, or to give yourself a backup so you know somebody is aware of where you just were or what your plans were for the day? We'll go down the row and we'll wrap it up, but let's go ahead and start with Andrea.
So I have the benefit now of share my location, which we all in my family, we do that. It's just not going anywhere, top secret. So that makes me feel safer. However, for my company, we have a really great vendor that and I really had to sell this because people were not so willing to do the same thing with security. Let us know where they are when they're traveling, that is, and they're traveling for business. And so implementing this app that allows them to check in. So it's not like sharing their location, but they get to wherever they're going, they check in with me, so I know that they're at the hotel. So I know they've arrived to the venue, you know what I mean? It gives them control, but it also allows me to protect them. Should anything happen, I know more or less what area they're in.
Perfect.
So I really take advantage of that.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Mindy.
This is where technology is so beneficial, isn't it? Because you have apps that you can share, or as an example, I bought a Ring doorbell for my mother, and she says she's under 24-hour surveillance now. So when I got a Ring doorbell for my apartment, I said, would you like access? She said, yes. So it's a great use of technology.
I love that. Yeah. Love it. Karen.
I mix it up. So obviously it depends on the circles, right? So my family, they know where, here's my plans, here's my schedule. Even to your point, I'm going to the grocery store. I should be back in about an hour, right? So I kind of give that time parameter too. So I don't just say I'm going there. This is what you should expect.
Right.
So I use that, and then obviously technology to some degree, but a little light on that just because of the privacy concerns.
Yep. Yeah. When I'm traveling, I'll often text, a coworker or my wife. I'm going to this reception. Should be back at the hotel at this time, and then update if I'm not, or update when I am. Right.
That's good.
All the things this lovely panel's already said, as long as people remember to charge the Ring camera, because that's the other part to it, right? We have all these great pieces of technology. Not so much related to my own safety, but one thing I have been a bit more mindful of lately is checking in on my neighbors. Because I think COVID was one of those things, we got a little bit insular. We weren't going across the street anymore to borrow an egg or a cup of sugar, and I've been trying to be a little bit more mindful of not just my own safety, but safety of people that I care about in other parts of my life, whether it's a coworker or, as I said, a neighbor. Especially for people that have recently lost their spouse that might be elderly and things like that, or even in the hot weather, just really checking in on people. So
I love that, Danielle.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah, reach out, right? Reach out, and reach out to your neighbor. Michael, take us home.
Okay, so this isn't fair because I have a secret weapon, but a few years ago, I have a friend who is an operative for the Department of State, and he operated in 105 different countries in 5 different wars. and he's a commando. He's with SEAL Team 6. He got homeless. So I said, move into my basement. So he lives in my basement, and God forbid anyone break into it and hurt either any of my family. I just stand back, he would demolish them. So, but can I just say one final thing at the risk of mansplaining? What a bunch of extraordinary speakers today. I'm blown away by the quality, by the poise, by the knowledge, by the expertise. You know when they say in poker, like, if you look around and you don't see the sucker, it's you? You know, I'm looking around. If you don't see the weak link, then it's you. So I'm the weak link here. So what a fantastic job everyone did here. It was, I'm awed and
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and Michael. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Absolutely. It was outstanding. I do want to ask Richard Ticho to come up and take a bow, because this could not have happened without Richard. Good job, Richard. And we will hopefully see Richard's documentary that he's putting together, Women in Security, by the end of the year. I'm sure we'll have some sort of screening party, so hopefully we'll see most of you again. Next is some networking, some happy hour. The Chamber of Commerce is coming to kind of hang out with us as well. So enjoy the cool speakeasy. I know it's been warm in here today, but everybody go enjoy the rest of the building. And thank you again so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.